Hello, everybody. Welcome to the fourth day here of the RSL. I'm Tasteless. Joined with me is Sturgeon. How's it going, man?
It's going very good, dude. We've had some amazing games up until now. It's the last day of the groups, but I'm excited for some more good games today, see who finally moves on, and then we can make our playoff bracket.
That's right. When we finish up our games today, we're going to take a short break, and then we are going to do the drawing for the bracket. So definitely stay tuned for that. But yeah, this is the final day of groups, so it's going to be interesting to see who's going to survive and who's going to get knocked out here. We're doing Group A. We, due to some scheduling conflicts with the players, we ended up moving Group D to the front and Group A to the back. And so it's going to be no Zergs. It's a Terran and Protoss heavy group with Cure and Bunny versus Crater and Zoun. Or sorry, also Crater and Zoun, excuse me.
Yeah, super excited for some TVP action later on and some mirrors to begin with. I'm really looking forward to seeing Cure. He was in really good form in the first season of the RSL, playing so well. I'm curious if he's kept that level, and yeah, we'll see how these other players match up against him here.
I think Cure is definitely the strongest player in this group, but between Bunny and Crater and Zoun, I don't have any strong feelings about who should come out or who should be knocked out. I think they're all pretty evenly matched, and I think realistically any of those three players could upset and end up defeating Cure here. So this is a pretty tough group to call overall.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like Zoun might also go on a bit of a run here, but mirror matchups are a weird thing, right? Like sometimes you're super strong against Protoss and Zerg, and you're weak in the mirror if you're a Terran or whatever your mirror matchup is. We will be seeing some mirrors today, so we'll see how it goes. But like you say, very difficult to call. Yeah,
very, very tough to call here. So once we wrap up today, we're going to have a 3-day break, but we're going to be back Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And that's where we'll be doing the winners brackets as well as the losers brackets. By the way, we did change the format for this season. I think we haven't mentioned this enough. When we get to the finals, the player in from the winner's side has to win a best of 7. If they win that, they go on. The guy from the losers, if he wins that best of 7, then it's a reset and we do a best of 3. So we wanted to make it a little bit, I guess, just more fair. If you've had a flawless run in the tournament, the guy from the losers bracket basically has to do a little bit more work. We're also super excited to announce not just Season 3, which is going to be happening in November, but also the RSL offline finals. We've got 15 million Korean won that we are giving away. In a couple days here, I'm going to be going down and looking at a couple of different esports venues that we can rent out, staff up, and we'll be doing 2 days of StarCraft 2 matches. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're super excited to put this together. And the RSL, it's been kind of a work in progress, right? Like we found this space to then build the studio, to then put on the show, build the graphics. And so, we're kind of doing one thing at a time. Now we're going to start to put our focus onto an offline event. There will be tickets that will be for sale. We don't have the exact dates nailed down yet. It'll depend on which dates the venue is going to be open, but be on the lookout for that. We are also sponsored by Archon Studio. They're the StarCraft tabletop miniatures game. It's not out yet. It's going to be on pre-sale a little bit later this year, but their products are incredible. Go to their website, see what they've got. Not just stuff with the StarCraft franchise as well, but a whole bunch of other franchises, some gaming, some not gaming. But we really appreciate their supports. Thank you so much, Archon Studio.
Yeah, man, guys, please check out the Patreon. There are various tiers. This is how you can support the RSL. If you want to keep StarCraft alive, keep this thing going, keep seeing some awesome games. There's a large variety of tiers, and you get kind of different perks depending on which tier you pick up. You can also vote and impact the RSL directly via map votes, player votes, and a ton of extra things. There's also a ticket with a certain tier for the offline event. I'm not sure which tier that is, but that is also available. So please check it out at patreon.com/revivesc2.
We've also got merch. I'm actually sporting it today. That's why I looked so sick when I was on camera earlier, is I had my RSL shirt on. We've got hoodies, mugs, T-shirts. You get 20% off if you're a Patreon member. But it's just another way to support the show, guys. So we really appreciate it. And this is probably the most important thing that we're going to remark on in every opening of the show here is we want to get the YouTube to grow. If you can join us live, great. I always feel like that's the best way to enjoy an esports match is to see it when it's actually happening. That has its own kind of magic with it. But a lot of people don't have time to do that. They might be in an inconvenient time zone with us being over here in Asia. Or, life. They've got kids, they've got work, they've got other stuff going on. We have the VODs all stored on our YouTube. We have a spoiler-free setup. I know that a lot of other esports events have kind of messed this up. Like, you'll see the finals, and they got the guy holding the trophy in the air, and you go, well, now I know who won.
You just closed it, like, never mind.
Yeah, never mind. I guess I'm not going to watch this now. We are going to make sure this is always spoiler-free so that if you miss out on a little bit of this and you want to catch back up, just like it's your favorite, Netflix TV series or something like that, you can experience a tournament without spoilers getting in the way. So anyways, the whole point is that we need to grow this thing. So get on there, subscribe to the YouTube, like the videos, leave comments. That all helps us in the algorithm. And that will help us long-term in growing this show. So we're going to start this off with 2 mirror matchups. It's going to be a TVT and then a PvP. So this is going to be Cure versus Bunny.
Yeah, we've got a high-level TVT coming up here. Cure, like you said earlier, probably the favorite to make it through this match, but Bunny is no pushover. He's shown some good games of his own. We've got Ultra Love for game 1, followed up by Kill Switch and Ley Lines. Both players opting to play for the kind of more normal maps, not going for some of these crazy ones that were, well, not crazy ones, but new ones that were voted in, which maybe the players aren't too used to. So we might be seeing some kind of traditional TVT here. We'll have to see what the players have in store for us. I believe we'll be jumping into game number 1 soon here. I'm super excited to get this started, Tasteless.
Yeah, the TVT, it feels like it's been becoming shorter and shorter and shorter as a matchup. And I think that's because, you basically have 2 glass cannon factions duking it out, and if one slips up, things can spiral out of control pretty quickly. Excuse me. So over here in the top right, we've got Bunny, and the bottom left is Cure.
Yeah, like you said about the games getting shorter, like I used to think of TVT as marine tank. People used to compare it to chess, moving your pieces slowly around the board, getting the good positional play, getting in siege somewhere and waiting for your opponent to come to you or trying to zone them away from a base. But recently, we see a lot of aggressive builds coming out of these players. We're seeing the proxies, we're seeing the Hellion aggression, the Cyclone aggression. And then, of course, we have people playing bio, people playing mech, all kinds of stuff. There's a good variety right now, and the games can be a little bit quicker than maybe they used to be.
Yeah, it's funny, like, I came back, I started playing StarCraft like 26 years ago, right? And in StarCraft 1, TVT was always the longest matchup.
Right.
And it was kind of this weird thing where, anytime a new RTS game comes out, everybody's trying to figure out how do you actually play this at all, right? And, it pretty quickly became clear that the tank was the strongest unit. And then if you have 2 tanks, it's hard to attack into a tank, right? If it's in siege mode, so then you end up cutting the map up in half. And that's what TVT looked like in StarCraft 2 when it came out. And I think in a totally reasonable way, people came from that type of meta and try to recreate it here in StarCraft 2 because those were the building blocks they were working with. And then I remember seeing Maru versus Time in IEM Katowice a couple years ago and just watching Time constantly kill Maru, like just on these sharp 2-base timings, and I'm thinking, man, this matchup has really changed. And it does feel like TVT has gotten a bit shorter now ever since then.
What a run that was by Time, by the way. Absolutely legendary run. Not to say that you can't still play a macro game and, not that they can't go long, but, just kind of the meta does change over time. Right now, we see both players opening with 2 Reapers and a factory follow-up. Obviously, getting that double gas, going to go into their tech nice and quickly. The Reapers are going to meet here in the middle of the map. It's always a shame when you're the guy who takes the first hit because your Reaper's going to die first, so you kind of have to run. But they're not going to try and continue to fight. Both players actually going to send their Reapers back to their respective sides on the map. And we see Hellions coming out here as the follow-up, followed by the CCs.
Yeah, so it's going to be probably a little bit of a quiet game for the next couple minutes here. We got to see if it's going to be the kind of 1-1-1 tacking. Like, are we going to have a starport thrown down here in a second? And then, I think one of the reasons why TVT, especially in the early mid-game, is so complex is that there are so many different combinations of units you can get together that all have different purposes. Those different combinations have different strengths and weaknesses. By the way, gunning down 1 Reaper here. I don't think he's going to be able to get the second one.
Yeah, that was quite daring there to jump up into the main with the 2 Reapers. And yeah, you can get different units. You can also just get different numbers of the same unit, right? You can keep making Reapers for as long as you want. You can keep making Hellions. And it's all about if you catch your opponent off guard when you have more, which is kind of what's happened here. Bunny is suddenly forced to run away. The Hellion gets some really good shots there on the Reaper. Can he pick it off? Okay, he does get one. That's a nice win. And the Hellion goes down. Amazing start here for Cure.
I think the Reaper will be shot as it tries to jump. Never mind. The Hellion actually didn't chase it all the way. So because he got the kill on the Reaper and the Hellion. He can come down here now. He's going to drive the SCVs away.
Yeah, nice little grenade there by the Reaper to try and bounce these Hellions back. They take out another Reaper, but with the Cyclone coming out, that's when all the early game shenanigans kind of have to end with the Reapers and the Hellions, as the Cyclone will kill anything that it locks onto. But 2 SCVs do go down for Bunny. That's a nice start here for Cure. Raven is going to be the follow-up. Raven's so amazing in this matchup. We talked about the strength of the siege tank. If you get those interference matrices, you can shut those down. You can use the auto turrets in fights. Just a very versatile unit that you can get a lot out of. And it looks like Bunny's going to be the one being aggressive here with that medevac coming across the map.
Yeah, the medevac's inbound here. Bunny's going to try to get his jabs in. It looks like the Cyclone and Hellion Marines, too, should be in a position to fight this. Although I guess he does kind of have like a little bit of a wall off here in the way that his infrastructure is laid out. The Cyclone's going to get the medevac a little bit below half HP, but it will get away.
Yeah, an interesting fork in the road here for both players. Cure going for that interference matrix, getting a second Raven. This is going to be really good in the siege tank fights. Bunny, however, opting to go for the air superiority, getting his Vikings out, going for Liberators. He's going to try and control the skies here and, you know, kind of take the aggression to Cure, it looks like.
And I think what is going to happen here is he's going to try to get the disable on the tanks and try to strong-arm the fight. I'm not sure who's exactly favored in this unit comp right now. But we're going to find out in a second here. And he's actually going to try to push into the main. He's going to do an infrastructure push instead of trying to hit the second base. And he's going to be hitting that reactor. That's going to force the barracks to lift off.
Yeah, he's actually trying to put the starport on there, but it still might go down Tasteless. Losing that reactor is huge at this point in the game, and this air superiority is so nice, but he's going to flank from the other side, disables the tank, jumps in here with the Marines and the unsieged tank, going to actually be able to clear up this push. The Viking will shoo away the Raven. That is also going to go down there, and this is a very solid defense by Cure, who on the back of this has a third CC and Stim on the way. He's going to have a much better kind of mid-game if he can stabilize here.
That's so weird. Can the tank only hit the depot and not the SCVs there? I don't know. That just looks so funny when he was trying to harass that there. The counterattack's going to come in, and I think Bunny could actually lose this game if he doesn't stabilize here. We've got another tank just now getting picked off. You know, if there's not a certain amount of tanks sieged up, ready to defend, the fight will snowball. So we've got the auto turret coming down here. It looks like the Vikings barely going to get away. We don't have anything sieged up just yet, but there's a Liberator that's going to buy a little bit of time. And that's going to cause Cure to maybe seesaw his attention from the entrance to the base, maybe towards the main. But I see tanks sieged up there as well.
Yeah, if he'd kept that Raven alive, he might have actually been able to shove there in the natural if he could disable a tank or two. It did go down, though, so right now he's going to settle for keeping Bunny on 2 bases, just kind of, you know, set up this kind of contain with the siege tanks outside the ramp. You cannot walk down that ramp. Like, it's so dangerous to walk down that ramp into the siege tanks. And Cure will float his third CC out at some point, try to get that economic advantage. Will that Viking just survive in there? The Cyclone looking to pick that off. And the only real way you can get out of this is either to just send it and try to get a really good fight, or you can try and drop or something like that. But he doesn't have many medevacs right now, so I'm curious how he's going to try and take this fight.
I think Cure's got the right idea. I don't think he has to do anything dramatic.
Right.
I think just setting up here and basically making it impossible to take a third is a great idea. Now, what Bunny's going to do, this could go either way. I mean, he's gone completely through the blind spot here. And Cure might get blindsided with this. And, you know, this is one of the risks you take when you try to do a contain is you don't have anything defending back at home. He's going to scan here and see it's pretty light, and now he realizes what's coming. He's going to drop the 2 siege tanks inside the Liberator zone. The Vikings are going to be here to spot, and he's actually going to land them. A Cyclone comes in and is shot down immediately. The command center is lifting off. I would not be shocked if we saw these Vikings pick up and try to shoot that down, but instead we're going to have Cure come in from every different side. I thought that Bunny was just going to leave, but he actually sets up siege tanks over here on the outside.
Yeah, this was such a funny drop. No Marines.
Yeah.
Just Vikings, a medevac,
like a weird,
and tanks.
mech drop. Yeah.
Right. But he is making Marines, so yeah, kind of interesting here. Cure going to try and dislodge this again, and is able to clean it up. The Vikings in this dead space gonna go down. He had so many more, but just the one Viking here of Cure being so annoying. Probably will be able to get one more Viking here at least. And yeah, Bunny did get his third CC behind this, but is very delayed.
Yeah. You know, one thing about Stim Marines, they are faster than Vikings fly.
Right.
Doesn't feel like it should be that way, but it is the case. He shoots down 2 more. And so Cure, after cleaning that up, let's not forget that he has mined more resources from that third base for longer. I don't know if that means he can pack enough punch to take on this third base, but I think he's going to at least try.
Yeah, we may have cursed it talking about quick TVTs. This one could actually, you know, if they can get all their tanks sieged up and protect their bases, we could actually see this go a bit longer here. We do see the armory going down, going to be able to get those extra upgrades for his tanks and the bio. Just trying to zone away these Vikings here. He's looking to kind of get an angle on the third base, but right now Bunny's not giving him much. Oh, never mind. He does see an angle. He's going to shove into 2 tanks here. Sieges a ton of his own tanks right there at the edge. The Vikings come in, take out the air units off Cure. No Vikings at all for Cure right now, but he does have the superior siege tank count.
Yeah, he's got the scans. He's also chewing up the workers in the mineral line here. A couple more tanks are going to come siege up. They're actually not in range. Literally none of the tanks are in range. Should have been just a few pixels to the right to kind of start that fight. And so this has already been 8 SCVs that have been killed. It's about half of the workers that are mining over in that position here. He's going to come in with a Liberator, and that's going to prompt Cure to just try to move out of range of that. But, you know, some of the damage has already been done.
Yeah, and I just realized Bunny's not actually making any Marines. He's just going mech now. He's got a ton of factories. He's going into the Hellions, adding his siege tanks. He's going to try and keep the air superiority like we talked about, get the Vikings, and he's going to try and use Liberators to disrupt these tanks. If you can get some of those tanks for free, it's lovely. This one medevac, got to be careful. What is that? A siege tank drop or cycle? I'm not sure exactly, but we will see shortly. Cure is up to 4 bases right now, and now we're going to have the classic mobility of the bio versus the straight-up fighting strength of the mech force.
Yeah, I was actually about to mention that. Yeah, it's going to be this part where the more nimble army is going to be over here for Cure. Bunny's going to have the power, but he doesn't have that mobility just yet. He's going to stim down this armory and deny that upgrade. Maybe what, 10, 20 seconds left before it would finish. That's a huge win.
Absolutely, yeah. Going to really slow down the scaling of the mech army, which is what it's kind of known for. And the Marines actually trade out pretty decently. Like 15 more SCVs go down. Oh, and the drop. That was all Bunny had on Cure's side of the map right now. Even this CC in danger, gonna have to fly back to the natural. Cure making some big moves right now.
Okay, so he guns this down. And this game could be unwinnable now for Bunny here. I mean, we're talking about a 4-base Terran, you know, with that has shut down the mech upgrades here. I think that he can try to hang on for a little bit longer, but right now Bunny is really getting squeezed.
Yeah, and it's so hard to dislodge these tanks. Luckily, he does have this one Liberator here. That's the one advantage he does have, right? Cure doesn't have Liberators of his own. He doesn't have a huge Viking count right now. Bunny still has more, so he's able to use those air units very well there. Finally get rid of those tanks, and Cure's not stopping. He's going to keep rallying across the map, kind of poke and prod, see where there's some holes, and try to get some damage done.
Okay, so he's got Cure off his back. He's going to make another command center, and he's going to have to try to expand again. I think it's going to be finally the mech player's turn to move out on the map, but counterattacks are a real issue here. So he actually ends up interrupting this on the bridge. The medevacs are going to unload. They pick back up. This is probably not enough here from Cure to stop this progress.
Yeah, he's got to be very careful. You don't want to fight this mech army straight up. I like that he tried to make it siege, but he kind of took a lot of losses doing so. And right now, Bunny's army is actually really scary. If you don't pick off a few units here for free, there's going to be so many siege tanks. Actually has to drag the SCVs just to try and repair something here and stay alive. The siege tanks aren't all siege, though, from Bunny.
Yeah, this is really interesting that Bunny's got, like, medevacs that he drops Hellbats onto the bio on. I don't think I've seen this before, but this is really interesting. He's going to do it again. He comes right in here, drops. That medevac's going to be picked off here. Cure, I mean, he pulled some SCVs. He lost about 14 of them. But it feels like this push is starting to wither up.
Yeah, he is reinforcing it, though. 2 more tanks coming over. Gonna siege up next to their buddies there. Still 3 Vikings here, being very annoying. You got to be so careful not to lose your medevacs as the bio player. And now it's kind of Bunny's turn to have the, you know, Cure in this kind of vice grip where he's saying, okay, try and break out, attack into all my siege tanks, all my strong units. And I love the Hellbat play, as you mentioned. Like, if you can drop those on Marines before the Marines kill the medevac, They shred Marines, right? Like
Yeah.
Blue Flame Hellbats.
Have you seen this before? I feel like I've never really seen. And it's one of those things like when they do it, I go, "Oh yeah, that makes sense."
It makes sense, yeah.
But yeah, I guess the reality is that Marines could just stim and shoot down the medevac if you know what's happening.
Right.
But yeah, interesting move here. Oh, dude, huge catch here, getting those tanks. And it's one of the problems, man. When you don't have medevacs, it's really hard to get tanks back home. Stemmed infantry are much faster. They'll come in there, they'll gun that down. GG, Bunny taps out. Cure, winning with the bio. Great game, honestly, and a long one too. I was saying, probably might be short. Was not short. I liked the long, dramatic match there between those two.
I really like Cure's army movement at the end there. He kind of split his bio into two different forces. He had the one little squad come around the side, pick off a tank or two, a squad around the other side, and then they kind of converge in the middle to get the cleanup. Really clean game by Cure. He was kind of in control for most of it, I feel like.
Yeah, I think so. It did seem like Bunny had a pretty rough early game there.
Yeah, like losing like the Reapers and the Hellion.
Yeah, and then he tried to do that push, which just got surrounded and was taken out pretty easily. But this is a best of 3, so we are going to go on to our second map here. I wouldn't be shocked if this was a 2-1. I think these guys are still fairly evenly matched. I thought Bunny put up a good fight. I do feel like nowadays I see Mech win a little bit less with the biotank. It just feels like the biotank gives you a better tempo in the game. It's not that Mech can't work. It's that like you're not able to really do a whole lot until you're like at maybe like 150 plus supply.
Yeah.
Where like bio, like one medevac with Marines can actually get a lot done.
Yeah, I mean these top Terrans are so good at dropping you everywhere, dividing your forces, spreading you thin, getting damage done. Picking off that upgrade, like you said, was such a big pick-off. Like he actually got his play-in upgrade before Bunny did as the mech player, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I think mech can work for sure, but Cure right now is just looking too good with bio, I think. His TVT is looking really strong here. We are going to jump into map number 2, guys, is going to be on Kill Switch.
Kill Switch has proven to be a pretty interesting map here as well. So let's see, is Bunny perhaps going to go for the mech again? We know he's capable of, pretty much every range of Terran play. And Cure back there, he seemed to be, it's the same Cure I'm used to seeing every time I cast him. He's very solid. He doesn't seem to have any obvious weaknesses. Cure is like a player, like if Maru did not exist, I think Cure would get a lot more of just kind of attention. You know what I mean? I mean, he really is like the number 2 Terran in Korea, in Asia.
Absolutely, yeah. He's maybe been in Maru's shadow a little bit just because Maru's been so dominant over the years. But recently, Cure's even been looking perhaps slightly stronger in some matchups than Maru. He's been so solid, especially in the first season of the RSL. We saw him take out some amazing players. He had a great run there. He's looking super solid, leaning back in his chair right now, looking relaxed. He's even smiling. Look, he's having a good time. Yeah,
I mean, he's going to be very, very comfortable coming into this. So, yeah, I mean, the last game, it did seem like, with Mech, again, it's hard to get out there and do that much. There's sort of weird moment where we saw Bunny. It was like, what do you have, 8 Vikings?
Right.
And like a medevac with tanks and a Liberator. I don't think I've ever quite seen this like weird squad of units out here. But yeah, it was funny to see what he was trying to do with that. But sometimes I wonder if unless you're going mass cyclone, if really you're just better off not really doing that much with mech.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like you're exposing yourself to possibly getting further behind.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if you do nothing, the bio player sometimes just expands so rapidly.
Yeah,
like Q gets the 4th, then the 5th, and it's like at some point you have to do something, right? You got to go at some point.
Yeah, I know that is true. I think this is why, like, when I look at the 2 styles of play, I've always kind of preferred the bio tank. I just think it makes sense, and I think that, counterattacks are extremely strong in TVT. Drops and cane counterattacks, and I mean, basically, guys, what it comes down to is you can just make Marines and tanks and medevacs faster than you can mass up just tanks and Hellions and Cyclones. And so, yeah, I mean, let's see what he's got this time around.
Yeah, a little bit of variety in the build orders here. Kira actually went for that CC before the factory, whereas Bunny, he's actually going to pick off the Reaper there. That's nice. Whereas Bunny went for the faster factory and the slightly slower CC. So there's going to be some kind of discrepancies there in the build orders. Cure will have his factory online a little bit later, not the biggest of deals. We'll have to see how that plays out. He does have a Hellion on the way right now. Starport going down, 2 Marines at a time. Just going into a standard build, but with a slightly, better economy, let's say.
Yeah. So we're going to have this Reaper get chased away here. This is a map where it does feel like it gets pretty claustrophobic by the time you take your third base.
Right.
It's like it's shaped in a way that you kind of expand towards each other pretty quickly. Whereas, a lot of other maps, you can either expand evenly or even expand away from them on some of these maps. Nice interruption on the mind there with that grenade. And so now we're getting to the point of the game in a TVT where we really see what kind of TVT they want to bring. Like, you're getting all of the tech, the add-ons for the starport, the barracks, and the factory. And then we see what kind of comp are they going to go for. And this time it's going to be Bunny getting that Raven. Oh, never mind. Cure 2.
Yeah, both players going for a Raven this game. That's nice. I think the Ravens are pretty useful in game 1 for Cure. They did die somewhat soon, but this is a very nice scout for Bunny. He does get in. He gets to see absolutely everything that's going on in the main base of Cure, so he will know exactly what he's up against. Trying to dodge the shots with the Hellion, it looks like that's not going to happen. It will go down, but nice scout. The follow-up here for both players is Interference Matrix, and we're looking at pretty similar builds here.
So, the question is, if they're both going for Ravens and they're both going for the Disables, who's going to fight where, right? If you have two players and they're basically making the same comp, and one attacks into the other one, it's going to be the defending guy that should be ahead because he's just going to have more of the same stuff.
Right.
Right? Now, they don't know what each other are up to. But then again, let's say that it might also just come down to the disable there.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to that Raven control. If you get the better matrixes off than your opponent, or if you lose a Raven, that kind of thing, that can really swing these fights one way or the other. Of course, attacking in siege tanks is always scary, but with a Raven, you do have that possibility. These minerals are going to be mined out, give access to these bases that aren't as close to your opponent. Maybe you do want to take one horizontally here. We do have a little Hellion just dying around there, seeing what's going on. Third base goes down here first for Cure again, and that will kind of signal that maybe Bunny is going to be the one on the front foot here.
Yeah. So he's going to be moving out now. He's got 2 Ravens ready to go. And, Cure's moving out. I think I said Bunny a second ago. So it's going to be Cure on the move here, staying active. And he might try to do something very decisive. He might just camp outside the third. That's acceptable. He did do that in the last game, too. And so let's see what happens. Now, the Raven's on patrol here. He scans it. He says, okay, he's going to use the Cyclone to drive back the Raven. The tanks, I think, can get down in time. So, yeah, he can't really do that much.
Yeah, this is very scary. Like, if you take a few tank shots, you suddenly just have a worse position. But it's strange. Like, Kira's the one with the faster third base, but he's also the one attacking. And somehow it's worked for him. Somehow he's got this contain again. And Bunny is going to be the one who's going to have to try and find a way out of here. He's going to have to use those Ravens. They're coming in for the flank. Big interference matrix go down. 2 tanks disabled right now. He sieges his own tanks, getting some good shots off here. The tanks finally fire. Cure has no tanks firing right now. Not a single tank is shooting. The Marines numbers looking pretty even. Both the Ravens go down for Cure. And it looks like Bunny's actually going to clean this up.
It was funny because the tanks were disabled, but they weren't killed right away. So it's like everything else dies, and eventually the disable wears off. So big victory there for Bunny. Now, he's not on his third base yet. What I want to see is Bunny going to try to do a counterpunch here? Because I think he could drive out the third or maybe do a counterattack. He's going to scan, and he's confirming, okay, this is Bio.
Right.
It's not Mech or anything like that. Bio does recover a little bit quicker than Mech does. That's another feature of it, because you can just get those Marines out. So he's regrouped. I think he wanted to repair a little bit, and he's going to move out. Now, Bunny is also going Bio, and his stim is going to finish before Cures. And stim is probably actually the most important upgrade in the matchup. Like, you will always lose if you don't have stim versus a guy that has stim.
Right, it makes your Bio squad so much better. You got to be super careful with these Ravens, though. You don't want to lose them for nothing. Really expensive units. Okay, they don't go down. Decides to focus the Vikings instead. Get that air superiority. See 2 eBays going down here for Bunny. Going to be able to get those upgrades nice and quickly. And yeah, the stim will be finished in time for Cure, so it's not like he's going to have to fight without it while Bunny has it. But yeah, he's going to be the one defending for just a moment. Scan does go down on the third base, and now he knows that Raven, very nice pick off there for Cure. Able to take one of those out.
Yeah, nicely done. We're watching Cure stalk Bunny's army here. He wants to make sure he's not going to get too close to that third base. Bunny's maybe being a little bit slow on the moves. I mean, I do feel like Cure's maybe gotten enough time here that he can recover. So we've got 1-1, or the next 1-1 upgrade's not actually going here yet for Bunny. Hold on a second. We got an attack coming in here, and auto turret's thrown down. The Viking count is superior here for Bunny, and so that's going to drive away the Vikings and the Raven, which means now the tanks are kind of stuck here.
Yeah, Kyo's Vikings just flying over these tanks of Bunny. Like, do you have anything that shoots up? Nope. Okay, you got to go home then. So Bunny will kind of unsiege, go back to his third base, try to get his own eco going. Both players going for 1-1, going for combat shields. 1-1 on the way as well. The upgrade's a little bit ahead for Kyo right now. And it was kind of strange. Bunny's army like went up and down for about 30 seconds there outside the third base of Kyo. I'm not sure if he was just having trouble finding an angle to attack or what he wanted to do. But it didn't work out in the end. Pretty good trade for Kyo. We see the armory going down as well as some turrets, which is great for denying those medevac drops, which we see a lot in bio games, obviously. And he's getting the concussive shells as well, adding 3 more orders at a time now.
Yeah. And so Bunny, not particularly impactful here on the map. Kyo is just going to take his fourth base. He's always just one step ahead. The question is going to be, can Kyo actually take on this third base? Here we go. He's going to stim in. He's going for the dive.
Wow, this is insane. Just shoves in here. There's quite a lot of siege tanks here for Bunny, though. A ton more come over and siege. These siege tanks not in range of the CC. They do hit the gas, though, so he will have to be cleaned up. The Liberator's going to come over and try and dislodge these tanks, but the Viking count is still somewhat decent. No, okay, Bunny actually has more now somehow. He's going to land that Viking, just try to keep them alive. A drop has moved out. I wonder if he'll try and flank with that, or if he wants to send it to the main base of Kyo. Looks like he is going to go to the main.
I don't know if he should do this. I feel like this is going to give an opening here for Kyo. Kyo's almost got enough that he can break through here. He's got the superior tank count here. That drop's going to go into the main now. What is actually back there to defend? It's 2 tanks. For some reason in my head, I thought this was 4 tanks. It's actually 4 Marines and 3 tanks.
Yeah, that's a hard squad to get rid of. Like, the units that will pop out of those racks are going to instantly die. And he's going to be losing SCVs. Okay, he actually brings a ton of bio home. Going to attack Stim in here. The tanks are getting some good shots off. I think he will clean this up. But that was a good counterpunch by Bunny there. Like, it's better than just doing nothing and continuously in shells for a long time. I like that he's trying to be active, get out on the map. Kyo does have that fourth base, though. And these tanks are still here, picking away at this mineral line. The gas did die. So some good damage by Kyo as well.
Yeah, keep in mind, SCVs, I don't think they can mine on that furthest patch. Yeah, he's going to bleed off workers while this is happening. Another drop's going to come in. And the problem is, I think the pressure is still mounting over here outside the third. I don't know if Bunny can offset this. I mean, taking out the E-Bays is huge. And so he's going to deny that +2 weapons upgrade. But again, it's 4 base versus 3. And, the third base, it's like maybe 2/3 are mining. Bunny's going to come out and hit again, but there's another attack north of this. And we got to see what's going to happen with that.
Yeah, that was a nice pickoff. I like the interference matrix, the high HP tank. He knows he can kill the low HP one with just a shot or 2. 4 medevacs loading up here, though, for Kyo at the top. You got to be ready for this. There's no turret. Will he actually go into the natural here? Is he going to fly all the way through the airspace and go to the main? That is a choice he has. We'll have to see. Meanwhile, Bunny is going to get all his army, take out these rocks, and try and move across the map. That could be good for him, but it also leaves him open to getting dropped.
Yeah, the attack and armor upgrade are like halfway done. And I think we're going to see Kyo drop. Oh, he's actually not going to go there. I was going to say, if he drops on the E-Bays, that would be huge. But the main is also acceptable. And the question now is, how much damage will the drop do? And can Kyo actually survive this next attack?
Yeah, this army for Kyo not big enough right here. He's going to have to back off, losing a tank in the process. Meanwhile, his drops do get into the main. How are you going to clean this up when your army's across the map? I have no idea. We might be entering some kind of base race weird scenario where both players try and get as much damage as they can. The siege tanks on siege just going to power forward. There are a couple on the high ground for Kyo, getting some good shots off. A lot of medevacs actually there as well. And GG, Bunny taps out. The damage in the main just too much.
Yeah, that was a great game. But ultimately you can see the Kyo is just he's too sharp with his decision making.
Yeah,
there really is something to like, okay, knowing when can I push in, but then like he'll sort of let that little set of siege tanks and Marines that they're just hitting like 2 of the mineral patches at the third. He'll like let that sit there. He doesn't reinforce it too much, and then he sets up for another attack, another big drop in the main.
Right.
Ultimately, it was one of like those, as far as results go, it's kind of like a very StarCraft basic game. Like one guy was ahead in expansions, was continuing to grow, And yeah, that drop at the end, he wiped out the main, and there was no way that Bunny could push through.
Yeah, I think once you move across the map, when 4 medevacs fly in, you're basically like all in. If you can't get some big damage done of your own, you're just taking too many losses at home. The production's being camped, so any unit that comes out is going to die instantly. Really good decision making by Kill. It's so scary to do that, by the way. Like, you think, oh, sick, I'm going to drop him with 4 medevacs. But that's actually a large portion of your army. And if Bunny is able to push before that drop goes in, you can actually lose a ton of stuff. But Kyo kind of knew what was going on. He read the game very well, able to make that decision, and yeah, take a 2-0. Not an unsurprising scoreline, but the games looked actually pretty close, I thought.
Yeah, I thought Bunny put up a good fight.
Yeah.
It's kind of what we expected to have happen. Guys, please consider signing up for our Patreon. It's patreon.com/ReviveSC2. We don't have publisher support like we did in the past, in the early days of StarCraft 2, but it doesn't mean that the good days are gone. We're just changing the way that things are done. The RSL is a community-funded tournament that funds the prize pool, the production. We're going to be doing this big offline event at the end of the year here in Seoul where you can come down and see us in person and see the players play in person. But we're doing it through these small donations from the community. So consider signing up. We would love to have you join us here in our endeavors. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be a PvP. We will see you soon.
We did it yesterday.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RSL. I've jumped on and kicked Tasteless off. He's on his break. I am Gemini, of course. We got Sturgeon still here. We're pretty ready for the best of your matchup, I think, is what we're going to do right here.
Okay,
I immediately did it, yes.
Immediately, yeah. We are going to be watching some PvP, guys. Gemini's favorite matchup, apparently, in the mirrors. In the mirrors, yeah.
Yes. And that's 75% because I'm a Protoss player. But the other 25% is because it does lead to some very interesting games sometimes. And if you don't think so, then you need help.
You lost me with all the percentages. I don't know what you just said. Something about 75%, but...
Go to math school.
Well, that was a long time ago. Math school? What is math school?
The school of math.
Is that like the school of rock?
Sure.
You like go into Stephen Hawkins there? Like,
I guess so.
Rocking out. Anyway, guys, who have we got here? It's going to be Creator versus Zoun. Two of the top Korean Protosses going at it.
Yes, I'm very excited. It's going to be very fun, I think. Lots of good... I mean, these two players are just very good in general, I would say. Kier already taking out Bunny to top the group for now. We'll be waiting off in that winner's match. And then, of course, Creator Zoun will be meeting him there. But yeah, I'm very curious. This is Creator's first showing in the RSL. Bunny's as well, actually. Two new RSL players, this group so far. But Zoun, I think, was probably one of the biggest upsets we had last season, where he really just kind of just didn't show up to the standards that we were maybe expecting him to, kind of losing it out to SOS as well in the group stages and then just getting bounced out. So that was a bit unfortunate, so he's going to definitely try to do a little bit better this time around.
Yeah, PvP is a fickle matchup, right? It's so volatile. Anything can happen. I feel like we see a lot of upsets in PvP, like weaker players sometimes beat what would be considered stronger players. Unlike ZVZ, of course, where the better player always wins because it's the best matchup. But yeah,
the one Baneling killed all my Zerglings.
I tried to just move on before you could say something.
The better player won.
I got a move slightly better.
Oh no, I hit a Ravager Bile. Oh, and I died.
Sick. Well, you can dodge those, but as a pros player, I mean, maybe...
Hey, disruptor balls, man. You get the dodging, the micro you need to do disruptor dodgeball wars. Very high level.
How often do we see that?
Not as often. But
Ravagers
when it
in
does
every
happen,
game. When it does happen, yeah.
It's
That
the
1 in
sickest
100,
thing.
yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's not that one.
Who have you got, Gemini, going into the series?
I don't know, actually. I think this is actually going to be very even. I think they're both very good in this matchup as well. I would still kind of slightly favor Zoun overall, just given his more recent form. The last RSL kind of excluded, but generally I think I would be putting Zoun as a slight favorite, maybe like a 60-40, 55-45 kind of deal. It's like very, very close, I would say. It's kind of a toss-up.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I haven't seen Creator play PvP in a minute. We did see Zoun's last season. We'll have to see how this goes. The first map is going to be Maganatha, a nice big map to get us started here. Do you think this map kind of lends itself to... Well, we did see some proxies yesterday. It's a big map, which you usually think is good for kind of macro games, but there's also a ton of places to hide proxies on this map.
That's true, yes. There's lots of places to just kind of put some really kind of weird proxies every which way. There's plenty of places for proxy stargates that are really nice, like on those bases to the right of Creator's main base, for example. Tons of proxy robo spots. There's like a million different places you can put it in the middle of the map.
Every spot is a proxy robo spot.
Yeah.
We saw, who was it yesterday? He made it literally outside his natural.
Yeah, I suppose.
You know what I mean? You can put that thing anywhere.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong, which is kind of the fun of it as well. It makes it very confusing as to where these things can go. So it makes them from some pretty clown fiesta matches, but... for now, it looks like it's just going to be a double gate opener for both players. Nothing super crazy as of yet. No one gate expands. We got no max packs in this series, so I would be surprised, sorry, if we did have some one gate expand builds on the non-one gate expand maps, which this is one of those. So.
Yeah, we did see SOS go for that one gate expand as well. I like it when we have the one gate expand versus the other guy, like going for a proxy or something. There's a lot of tension, and if they can get any damage done, they're on a timer, obviously. But this game, both players go in for the 2 gate, so they both have that kind of aggressive potential. Or they could both just, take a Nexus and chill. Right now, we see a Sentry and Stalker coming out from both players. Pretty much identical builds so far. Pylon going to go down on the low ground, perhaps preparing to get a Nexus at some point. We have a little probe fight here. We'll go back to the main, and a new one will be sent out. It's really nice if you can delay that natural base by, you know, just being annoying with the probe, maybe throw down a pylon, that kind of thing. And there we see that is the case. Creator getting that down. And also Zoun. This game's like an absolute mirror right now.
Yeah.
Oh!
What? No way. Okay, well, you're supposed to cancel those. That's the whole idea of this forward pylon here, is to scout what the units are coming out of the gateway. Generally, you're not actually going to be getting any real block off with the for the Nexus. The way that the minerals work out, you can't actually make the Nexus by the time that pylon is there. So it's generally just to scout what the units are, so you can get an idea of what the early openings are, see what kind of things you can cut here and there. Interestingly enough, both players are still going for early shield batteries, which is usually something, if you scout the other player going for a Sentry Stalker build, you can kind of find a way to cut that, so that way you don't have to use those extra 100 minerals. But both players maybe just want to take it a little bit safer this time, maybe, you know, aware that maybe one of the others could just do a little bit of a mind game with the early Sentry Stalker, because you could still do like a Sentry Stalker into a really aggressive build. There's people that do try to go for that mind game, but regardless, this time it's going to be a little different. Zoun actually getting a faster Twilight Council with all of this as well. I wonder if he did... No, okay, he did complete that. Maybe... Does he have one less unit or something, maybe? Because it is quite faster than his opponents. I'm curious what he actually cut to get that.
It might be that pylon. Creator lost 100 minerals.
Oh, that's true. You're
he
right.
lost 100.
I forgot about that.
I was about to say, it's funny how late the pros leave it to cancel. I like wait till it gets to like 20% and then I cancel it. But like, no, they usually leave it till it's got such low HP. But he actually misses it. A huge misstep. 100 minerals down the drain, and maybe that could be why his Twilight Council is a little bit faster. But we'll have to see. Both players going to go into Blink here. More Stalkers. These Phoenixes going to keep being hallucinated, flying around, see what the opponent's up to. He actually flies this one all around the side of the map. Is he looking for a proxy or something?
Yeah. There's some plays that you can make where you proxy out a Dark Shrine or something like this at this timing. You just, I don't know, you can take like an extra base even if you want. If you're M canning or something, he's been doing that a lot on his streams lately. But yeah, no, there's some weird stuff that you can do at this timing. So sending them around the bases or the extra bases is good, because generally you see everything that you want with it on the first scout in the main base regardless. So you have so much extra time, but by the time it expires, so it's just a good idea to send it around just to double check any of the other extra places on the map. And so yeah, nothing really weird this game at all, honestly. They're just going to be playing it super stock standard, just going for that third base pretty early, about at the same time. I believe again Zoun is just in general slightly more ahead. It looks like Creator went for a slightly faster Robo instead of the Nexus, so just slight alterations, but basically all will be converging at the same point.
Dude, we finally have a macro PvP. I don't think we've seen one yet this tournament.
Yeah,
and
there's been a lot of
we've had a
cheeses.
lot of PvP games, but all of them have ended within like 5 minutes, it feels like. Always one player being aggressive or both players being aggressive. But this may be the first time we actually get to see a bit of mid-game, maybe even late-game PvP. Let's see. Zoun is moving across the map with his Stalker Sentry army, takes control of the Watchtower. Have to see if he wants to commit in here. Okay, he does see the army of Creator is waiting for him. Not going to decide to commit there. Getting his Forge at home is Creator. Going to go for those upgrades. Start getting the Immortals. Charge coming out a little bit earlier, and 4 extra gateways here for Zoun.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be ramping up the aggression a little bit more. You can see the divergence coming between the two, whereas Creator wants to be going for the Forge and more Immortals as a more defensive option. Zoun is cutting that, just going pure gateway with way more gateways themselves, and just going to be going pure Zealot Stalker with a faster War Prism to try and bust Creator before he can really get anything going. And so we'll see if that momentum is able to come out for Zoun. He can still go for a fourth base during all of this. It's not like he's all-inning by any means, but he's going to be trying to be more on the map, just trying to pick away at Creator a little bit more, whereas Creator is going to be the one sitting more defensively with those Immortals and faster upgrades.
Beautifully said. Yeah, and Creator throwing down that shield battery. I think he knows he's going to be the player defending here. He has that Star Sense tingling. He's setting up his units at the front here. He's going to get a nice scout. He will see this push coming super early if he just stays there for a moment. There it is. He will blink away.
Oh my god, if he got that Prism, that would have been huge.
That could have been, wow, yeah, game-changing. He doesn't lose. Okay, he just loses the one Stalker, and he sees the army coming. Now he's got to get his defense set up, right? He has 2 batteries at the third. Is he just going to send this? Wow, actually just going to push in here. The Immortal comes from the natural, getting some good shots on those Stalkers. Creator kiting as best as he can, and Zoun is not sure if he wants this fight or not. Decides to jump on the Immortal. If he can take that out, that's a good pickoff. But there's so many Stalkers here from Creator remaining. We'll have to see if he can micro his way out of this one. Jumps over the force fields, goes back to the shield batteries, gets some more healing. But it looks like Zoun still has a slightly bigger army. It's very hard to call this one right now.
Yeah, he's definitely been able to do a good job of getting rid of the Immortals, which is the key of this defense. So many blink forwards from Zoun even onto the other Stalkers. I don't think that's the right play, to be honest. When you don't have enough to one-shot, it's just allowing the other player to out-micro you at that point. And that's exactly what's happening, I feel like. But more Zealots coming in, more Stalkers now. This is where the one-shot potential comes in, with so many of those Stalkers now being weakened. Needing to get back to those batteries is Creator, even using the Prism to try and do some extra juggle micro to keep as many of these units alive as possible, waiting for another Immortal to get out, waiting for more of these charge lots to get warped in. This is so down to the wire, as each unit is so critical at this point. We've got so many batteries with almost zero energy on it. The nice focus fire again from Zoun. A bit of a misblink, I think. Getting everything back instead of just one at a time is going to limit the amount of micro he can do, but the Prism Snipe is also excellent there to deny any more micro potential from Creator. I think this is starting to go a little bit more towards Zoun's favor.
Yeah, the Prism going down there is absolutely huge. I love that Creator got 2 shield batteries in the natural as well, but he's lost 13 probes, guys. He had to pull them. Right now, he's trying to hang on by a thread. The micro is so good, and the Immortal is getting weak. If this Immortal goes down, it could be the end of it for Creator, but it's healing. The shield batteries keeping it alive somehow. This here Immortal is living up to his name right now, and Creator strikes back with the aggressive blink. Jumping on these units, a big warp into Zealots comes in now, going to force them back. And it looks like we have a lot of Stalkers versus a lot of Zealots, which gives the micro advantage to Creator. What a sick hold.
That is actually insane, because it looked like for a second there that the Immortal was just getting stuck behind all of the Stalkers. It wasn't going to survive, but the focus fire wasn't quite there from Zoun. All of the Stalkers weren't close enough to get the burst damage so that the battery was actually able to keep it alive that entire time. And that swung the entire fight. That was a bunch of useless damage going on to the Immortal that was not getting off onto any of the other Stalkers, and that swung it entirely for Creator. Still to keep in mind, lots of probes did die from Creator to make that defense happen. And while Zoun, I did say earlier, wasn't technically all in, I did say that before. I realized he was on 10 gateways. That is a little bit more all in than normal, and you can see he hasn't actually gotten a 4th base yet either. So he was actually going very, very aggressive with that compared to a normal 3 base style bust. However, considering he still killed all of those probes, he's still in a decent position to recoup, and that's what he's going to try to go for a second attack here.
Yeah, he's not going to go into any more tech. He's not getting any upgrades. He's cut probe production a long time ago. He's going to be the aggressor here. We're going to have to see what he can do. Right now, just hanging around this watchtower, getting the map control, going to try and choose his area of attack. Creator taking a 4th base right now. This is kind of risky. He won't have any shield batteries there for a moment. He's even taking up into the Templar Archives. I feel like this is a really scary time in here for Creator.
I think this is a misread. He doesn't actually realize that Zoun is just doubling down on the attack. He hasn't gotten a scout across the map to know that there's no 4th base from Zoun. And so he's trying to go for this extra eco. He's trying to go for this extra tech, which if it actually comes up is great for him and will basically clinch a win. But he doesn't actually have that time at the moment, I feel like. This is a very tight window right now for Zoun to make this work as the army supplies start to even up. But this Zealot count is going to be absolutely ridiculous here. And if we don't get a couple more Archons out as Creator, he can easily get punished.
Yeah, he didn't even take the gases at his 3rd. Zoun just going for so many minerals. Got an absolutely huge number of Zealots here. It's a little bit tricky to attack into the Sim City, but Creator's actually going to take the fight to him at the top of this ramp. I'm not sure if that's what you want to do, but you're kind of stuck, right? If you don't go up, he's just going to go into your natural with maybe half the army. So he is forced to fight here. He's trying to warp in as best he can. The Archons, I actually thought it was a mistake to get the Templar Archive potentially, but they're going to do really well against the Zealots. Get some good splash damage done. Creator is looking like he might be doing this here. Some excellent control and decision making, canceling that 4th. He's defending for his life right now. That Immortal will go back to the shield battery and heal up again. And it actually, okay, it will go down, but it doesn't matter. Creator just has too much. What a great first game here.
And you said PvP sucks. Look at you.
I said it's the worst matchup. Do you know something can be worse and not be bad? Did you know that?
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I'm joking. But no, yeah, a great opening PvP so far. Very down to the wire. It was really hard to actually know who was going to come out on top at the end there, because that Archon was actually so critical.
Right.
The amount of splash damage that was able to get off was huge, because the Zealot count was just ridiculous. And there was a lot of like back and forth kind of moving up and down the ramp to get the correct positioning as well from both players. And there's a couple times I feel like Zoun was, like you said, it was hard to actually get the engagement. And there's a lot of times where he just kind of moved it, and all the Zealots just kind of did their charge and moved forward. And at that point, then it's hard to re-engage, because then they don't have the speed boost.
Right.
And they're just kind of slowly walking up towards the entire army, and you're just getting blasted by Archon shots as they're all kind of clumped up there. So that actually made it very nice for Creator. And even though he wasn't able to get too many extra Archons, it was just barely enough with all of those batteries and whatnot to actually be able to defend. But a very nice hold regardless.
Yeah, I love the position of the shield batteries. They weren't like right next to each other. There's a little gap where his own units can walk through. But like you said, it's still super awkward to attack into. Canceling the fourth base was key. If you try and keep that fourth up, you're just going to die, right? Like,
yeah, no, that was a critical identification.
No chance of holding that, yeah. But he recognized what was happening before it was too late, able to scramble the defense. That one moment where the Immortal was just able to survive felt like a tipping point.
That was so clutch.
Yeah.
That actually won him the game, I think.
I think so, yeah.
If that Immortal dies in like 1 or 2 volleys less time, I think that Zoun actually just swings that and is able to snowball the victory.
Yeah, or if he didn't go for the Immortal, put his DPS onto some other units, that could also work. I'd be curious to see that one like from a resume from replay, right? If you know that it could be saved. But really close game number 1 there. Creator actually going to be the one in the lead right now. Maybe slightly surprising. Our second map here, Gemini, is going to be
your favorite map.
Tokamak.
Oh, good job. You did it.
We did it, boys.
So proud of you.
It's Tokamak. And in the top right, we have Zoun as the blue Protoss. And in the bottom left, it's going to be Creator in red.
Yes, up a map already. Like I was saying, it's quite even. It's hard to know who's actually going to win this series. I think they're both capable of dispatching of the other, basically. And we saw it in that game where it was just super down to the wire. Every little micro interaction counted. Every little thing was impactful there. So I'm very curious to see what ends up going on this game, because obviously another pretty good map overall, very standard. No one-gate stuff going to be happening here, as it's another low-ground natural map. For anyone unaware, generally, if there is a low ground at the natural, it's better to go for a 2-gate opener, which has been the pretty much stock standard for PvP for the last however long Legacy of the Void has been out, basically. But in the recent years or so, after the shield battery introduction and whatnot, and the overcharge introduction a couple years ago, and then eventually coming back to be a recharge, whatever, the low ground, if it's on top of a ramp, then it makes it possible to go for a 1-gate expand, and a lot of players like MaxPax and these players are really good at that, but this is not one of those maps, so we're not going to be seeing that. I'm not quite sure what the third map is either, if we're getting there, but regardless, we'll see what happens at that point. But double gate openers is going to be the stuff for now.
Yeah, looking nice and standard here, going to be nice and safe. You are vulnerable to some of the more aggressive builds, like you say, if you go for that 1-gate expand. I would have to see if Creator's going to be the defender again, or if Zoun wants to try and macro up a bit more. We do actually have a slight difference this time. The Sentry Stalker coming out for Creator, whereas Zoun is going for that Adept. That's a nice little change here. How do you see that affecting the game, Gemini?
Yeah, so that's an interesting play that comes in very rarely, actually. Something else also quickly to note before I talk about that is that Zoun actually got Creator got Zoun's probe stuck in his main by doing the shield battery block.
Wow, yeah.
And so that means he can actually kill this off, which is very nice. Won't be able to go on home. Okay, well, I was about to say shouldn't be able to get a pylon block either. Almost had it there for a split second, but...
Okay, Creator, you got to cancel it this time. Okay, there we go.
But yeah, so he was able to do that. Killing off that probe is actually really nice, because that means that you know there's not going to be a probe on the map that might do some other random proxy stuff a little bit later. But back to the Stalker Stalker Adept opener. It's a bit unique. It's not something that you go for very often in this matchup, as the Sentry generally is just very good at scouting regardless. So the Adept is generally just a way to try and get some amount of scouting, which is, again, kind of... We used to do this a little bit more often before to use the Adepts for scouting, but now that energy recharges here, the Sentry Scouts are just so much more reliable that it's just kind of better to do that. So I'm not sure exactly what Zoun's idea with it is. But again, the fact is that he got a much faster Twilight with this build, actually cutting a few extra units as well, kind of identifying that it was the Stalker Sentry opening from Creator. So he was able to not to skip a few, didn't have as much gas invested in so many sentries, so he can get a faster Twilight.
Yeah, and Creator actually went for 2 shield batteries already, which I feel like is super early here. I'm not sure what he has a read on with that. Sometimes you get them in your mineral lines against oracles. We know that's not the case. He's got one at the front here. The second one's in the main base, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you think he's got these a little bit earlier than he needs them, perhaps?
He's reading into the Sentry Stalker, or sorry, I keep saying Sentry Stalker, Adept Stalker, because it's so random that I don't actually even see this as much anymore. But generally, if you go for this, it is going to be a little bit more, there's more potential that you might go for a Stargate opener.
Because you have the extra gas, right?
Yeah, so you can potentially do some other stuff with that, but Zoun instead is just using it to go for a faster Twilight, and he actually did also get a faster third gateway, which was very interesting, which I believe is in... I don't think he canceled it, unless I'm looking at the mini-map wrong. I wasn't sure if... I think it's up there. Anyways, if it is a faster third gateway, that means he's definitely going to be trying to go for a little bit more aggression. Okay, there's the third gateway. So this third base will be coming down. I'm curious if he's just going to try to maybe fake it a little bit and just warp in a bunch more Stalkers and just go with Blink being done. Because, yeah, this is kind of weird going for such a fast Twilight and a fast third gateway while still getting such a fast third base.
Yeah, super interesting build here. Coming out of Zoun, Creator is going to scout this with the Hallucinated Phoenix. Going to try to see what is happening. Gets his own third base. And, yeah, he has the slightly faster Robo, but the slightly slower third base. On the other hand, Zoun has the quicker third. We'll have to see what he wants to do with that here. As Blink is going to finish up now, you do start to have that aggressive potential. You can start sharking on the map, see if you can pick anything off. I love that both players continuously scouting, keeping very good tabs on their opponent. They know exactly what the other guy is doing right now. There's no surprises at the moment. And yeah, we're looking like we're getting to another mid-game with Creator again going to go for the Forge, get some upgrades, and Zoun is once again going to favor the charge build and potentially be the aggressor here.
Yeah, it is interesting. So it looks like both players just kind of playing it safely. I mean, they both had 3 gateways and just playing the most general, solid way of doing this. You can generally be a little bit more greedy by going just 2 gates and an expand, or be the very passive approach with 4 gates before expanding. They're just going the middle ground. I just was expecting, since the, Zoun kind of knew that the Twilight from him was so much faster, maybe he didn't actually have that read. He definitely had a window there with his Blink timing to potentially have canceled his third base or something, but didn't want to go for it. Oh, wow. Zoun's actually going straight into Robo Bay with this. That is not standard whatsoever. You do not see this quickly in a PvP in this day and age.
Yeah, and added on 4 more gates here, so he definitely wants to try and get something done. 3 more gates now coming down for Creator. He's got the... Okay, he's going to go for 4 of his own. He doesn't have the Robo Bay, honestly. And 2 cannons going down now as well. Yeah, to protect...
Scared of DTs?
Scared of DTs. Like, I feel like both these players are really trying to read what the other one's doing, and I'm not sure, even with the Hallucinated Scouts, I'm not sure they have the exact build order down that the opponent's going for. Creator going to go for this Templar Archives again, able to get those Archons. Super useful when you're fighting a bunch of Zealots with charge. And it's going to be Disruptors coming out here for Zoun.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this because I am a Disruptor lover. I absolutely love putting these into any game that I can play, and I was so sad when they got nerfed in PvZ, so I can't do that anymore. But in PvP, I'm very excited to see this because, like I said, this is very just... You don't do this. You do not do it this early. There's a reason for it. It's because you can get very easily timinged by a player going for Mass Gateway. War Prism already on the way here for Creator. I believe he's already identified that this is the play from Zoun. You can almost always break a Disruptor player going for Disruptors this quickly with a Mass Gateway attack. There's maybe only 1 or 2 Disruptors out. It's very easy to blink dodge them, very easy to focus fire them down before they're able to do anything, and at that point there's nothing in the army. So it's going to be on Zoun to try and manipulate this fight to make it so that way the Disruptors can actually connect. Because if Creator can dodge or snipe them, I don't think the Zoun is going to have anything to actually defend against a big push.
Yeah, Creator is going for that 4th base, so adding on more upgrades here, more Archons, even getting some cannons of his own. I guess you just need those at some point in PvP because you never know if a DT Shrine is going down. Yeah, but if he can get out a big kind of Disruptor ball and get into big armies and he gets a few big shots off like this one, It could be huge for him. Beautiful start here. Yeah, we talked about the timings that you can take advantage of teching into disruptors, but it's paid off here big time for Zoun, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't think Creator was maybe expecting the disruptors to be so far forward from Zoun, wasn't ready to split up, and actually losing quite a bit of his army on the approach. So very nice by Zoun. Like I said, needed to manipulate the fight to make sure he can get these shots. Immortals stuck in the front of the army as well. Those are going to get targeted immediately. Zoun is taking these fights excellently, and Creator's left scrambling after what should have been a better situation for him going into this.
Yeah, the cannon does go down, but it did its job. It bought a bit of time there so the Zealot doesn't get any workers. And Zoun's army is starting to look super scary right now. Creator is going double Stargate Gemini, but are you going to be able to tech up to that when Zoun is knocking on your front door with all these gateway units, with the 2 disruptors, which he's controlling beautifully right now, keeping them at the back? They haven't been vulnerable yet. You haven't been vulnerable to like a blink and a snipe. So he's going to be really tough for Creator to stay alive here and leverage that Stargate tech, I feel like. The big fight is going to start up here. The Disruptables going in, get some Zealots. The force field are nice. Blinks out. Now the Disruptors are vulnerable. Will he blink on top of those when the cooldown comes off? Okay, one goes down, able to zone that army away right now. Oh, this game is coming to a head, it looks like, potentially. He's actually going to go for the Phoenix right now to pick up the disruptors. Yeah, so they can't get their shots off. Very nice choice. He's just got to get a good number of those out. He's getting a Warp Prism now as well. He'll be able to use that to harass or reinforce his army. And yeah, more upgrades coming out as well here.
Yeah, you have to be very careful at this point. Creator is going for the straight up textbook counter to disruptors in a late game. If you're not able to break them early enough and you're not in a position where you can go disruptors yourself, you have to go into Phoenix to be able to lift them. This is actually a very old school game. This is what we saw a lot in early Legacy, where it was a lot of this disruptor versus Phoenix wars. The Phoenix being the Phoenix charge-let archon, and then the other one being Stalker Blink Stalker disruptor essentially. And so yeah, you're having the Phoenix in the background to be able to pick up the disruptors, preferably once they shoot, because that cancels the shot and puts the cooldown off. If they do it before they shoot, then you can still snipe them as the Blink Stalker player, and you can still throw out the disruptor shots afterwards. So there's a nice dance between the micro and how this works, and it becomes very interesting, and these fights get really dynamic. And it's very critical to look at how these Phoenixes are going around the army and getting the shots. How patient is Zoun with his disruptor shots to bait out the Phoenixes moving forward and stuff like that. Lots of things to pay attention to. For now, Zoun, though, doing a great job of just lurking around on the map, knowing he's got the mobile army, knowing he has the zoning potential of the disruptors, and he's doing a great job of keeping all of this under control.
Yeah, he's just sharking around here, looking for any weaknesses in the defense, looking for any units rallied where they shouldn't be alone. And he's not going to find anything right now. We actually, for the first time this season, have 2 maxed out Protoss players in a mirror. It's amazing.
You never thought you'd see the day.
I know. Here we are. The miracles do happen. It's going to be a big macro PvP. Right now, though,
base trading.
They're going to base trade. It looks like I mean, it's so scary to go back at this point. You're so far away unless you recall. But these Zealots get here first for Zoun. Going to take out this base super quickly. Creator is also going to send it. They're going to trade. The first base is these Zealots in the main going to depower a bunch of production of Creator. It looks like right now Zoun's hitting first.
This is a very interesting twist to this game. Both players passing through the night, not realizing where the enemy armies were, both hitting each other's bases at essentially the same time. Zoun was slightly faster in this because he also did have a Warp Prism in the main base at the same time. So that was able to take out a lot of the production, while Creator was only going for a frontal attack. And now this thing is going to get really scrappy really quickly. Probes need to get evacuated every which way to try and make extra buildings around the map to make sure we have everything. A couple of disruptors getting lifted up here. Actually, not sure where those even came. Was that a recall from Zoun? I'm not sure where they were, just sitting there, I guess, for that whole time. I guess he brought them back home and just kind of was sitting there waiting, but they get destroyed, which is very unfortunate for Zoun, as the rest of the army now from Creator is going to try to march back up into the main base, not quite realizing that that other base in the top left has been taken. That could be critical if he doesn't actually realize this.
Yeah, one thing Zoun has going for him here is he has a lot more buildings on the map than Creator.
Yeah.
And I mean, Creator has his main right now, and he's taking a Nexus at Zoun's third. But apart from that, he doesn't have much. So if it does actually come down to an elimination, I'd probably give Zoun the edge here, as he's got buildings all around the edges of the map. It's going to take a lot longer to fight them. But eventually, Creator is probably going to have to make the choice to save his buildings, right? He's going to have to defend this Nexus at the third unless he wants to be eliminated. Maybe leave a Zealot or two up here to eventually kill these buildings. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Right now, Zoun is bringing his army back. He's going to try and get this the couple last buildings of Creator here. And if not, then he's okay. He's making Nexuses again. Maybe he can even get back to mining at some point. But both players super supply blocked right now. It's going to be so long before you can actually make any units.
Yeah, this is going to get really weird really quickly. Interestingly enough, there is actually... Never mind. I was going to say there's 2 DTs that could do things, and they literally died the second I was about to say that. So yeah, if there was a snipe on the observers from Zoun, that could have been basically game ending. The DTs literally would have won the game. But no, that's not in the cards anymore. Both players going to just go for a main attack at this point. Zealots just going absolutely everywhere. Double Archon for Creator, only one for Zoun is going to be critical against all these elves. A forward blink trying to get past all of this from Zoun, realizing that he just has the bigger army, and that is going to be that. Zoun will be able to even this up as a 1-1. A very exciting 2 in a row PvP. Dubs over here for the PvP fanboys.
Yeah, the fanboys are rejoicing right now. What a wacky game that was. Like, we were going into this big macro game. The army is finally maxed, and then they both just decided to base race. Like, sometimes normally when 2 players both decide to base race, like one of them's wrong. Or you just don't have the choice to go back anymore, I guess. Like, you do have recall, but you can't get your whole army in it. So it kind of becomes this thing where you're just forced to go for it, and then you try and make buildings in random places where your opponent can't find them. Zoun was able to get all those cannons at his base, way more difficult to attack into, and his army was just a little bit better there at the end, so he could take the fight. Creator kind of had no choice, right? You only had that one Nexus and I think like a pylon and something in the main, so yeah, he couldn't run around killing Zoun's bases, and Zoun played that one really well.
Yeah, he didn't even know there was maybe he did, but he wasn't really trying to go kill it. But there's another base by Zoun over on the other side of the map too. So he had 2 bases up, and he still had a lot of probes actually mining. So yeah, if Creator tried to take the more passive approach in the base trade, where it's like you take the other base on the other side of the map and then you slowly try to recoup and somehow make it a continued macro game. We've seen those types of games before. He couldn't go that option because Zoun was just ahead regardless in that position. So Zoun at that point just had to sit back and defend, and there was going to be no chance because he was just going to get the bigger army anyway. So Creator kind of forced a little bit into that situation. Zoun, like I said at the beginning, needed to manipulate all of the army movement much better, was excellent at that, just completely excelled, and that was what it was able to get him that second game victory.
Yeah, I really like the transition into Phoenixes, like you talked about as well, able to pick up some of the disruptors. You know what? I just think back to when he lost those few disruptors that you were saying, if they were recalled or like why were they there? We don't really know. If he kept those alive in the last fight, and you get like a few good shots off, that can kind of change things, you know?
Well, those are Zoun's. So he was going to dump the fight even harder,
so he
basically.
would have dumped him, even harder. Okay.
It would have been a just total wash. Is more
yeah,
so
that's
than
right.
it was.
Yeah, because I was thinking, why are they there? Like, because Zoun's army was across the map. Right?
I like saw them being lifted, and I was like, wait, Creator has disruptors and Zoun has Phoenix? Like, wait, what? Like,
what is happening now?
I didn't see that I didn't see where those disruptors went because I just assumed that he would have them in the main army because he did shoot like 1 or 2 zoning disruptor shots when the base raid first happened because he wasn't sure where the rest of Creator's army was.
Right.
So then I was like, okay, yep, they're with the main army, and then like stuff happens, and then like 10 seconds later we go back, and then they're just getting lifted at Zoun's base. I was like, wait, what? That didn't make any sense. But anyways, very nicely done by Zoun. You do love to see that as the disruptor player. Honestly, having a more unique style actually working is very interesting. I'm curious if he's going to try to bring that out again. I would love to see it because usually it's kind of a flash in the pan style. You don't really try to make that your standard in this matchup because it is a bit abusable.
Yeah, but I love the way this series is going right now. We're finally getting some good long PvP games. It's nice to mix it up, you know, see players try to macro and get these kind of big, complicated armies, fill out the tech tree a little bit. We did see a DT Shrine last game. I wonder if he could have used that a little bit better, like if that would have impacted the game more. Yeah, but beautiful game in that last one. We are going to be moving on to Persephone for the Decider, Gemini.
Yep. Still, again, no one-gate maps and no one-gate expands, which I like. I don't really like one-gate mirrors. They're not very fun, and I don't really like seeing one-gates in PvP personally. That's just my opinion.
Why?
I just dislike how it kind of makes the matchup work. It feels very passive. Generally, if it's a 1-gate versus 1-gate opener, the way that it works is that you always go into Stargate afterwards because it's the most versatile and you have the most room to do stuff with. But then that means both players are going to do that. So then it's very likely you end up with Phoenix Wars, which are probably one of the most boring things you can see in StarCraft.
Not as exciting as Muta Wars, are they, Gemini? Come on.
That is equally as bad.
No, because then you go like Infestors, Viper. Anyway, let's for another time. Yeah.
Agree to disagree. We will never see eye to eye on this. But Phoenix Wars are not interesting. It's very boring. And then if it's the 1-gate versus the non-1-gate, then it's literally just like, okay, well, the non-1-gate is going to proxy and try to bust the other player, and if it works, then it works, and if it doesn't, then it's just game's over. And usually a lot of times that's versus like MaxPax or something. And to be fair, Mana actually did this versus MaxPax, and they were pretty cool games, and Mana actually won, which is a bit, again, a bit of an upset. It was pretty cool, but generally, at least maybe like, a couple months ago or so, it was like MaxPax doing this, and then everyone trying to 2-gate him, and then he just holds every time, and we're just like, oh, sick. Another MaxPax PvP. You didn't see this coming.
Yeah, Mana played so well in that series, by the way, but coming back to the current game, we do once again see Adept Stalker versus Sentry Stalker. We kind of talked about this last time. Right now, the probes trying to be as annoying as they can, trying to delay the opponent's Nexus here if they can, just block it. Both of them doing that very well. Of course, they will cancel this in a moment. We'll probably see the Nexus come down from both players, and then we'll see their choice afterwards. A second Sentry here on the way for Zoun.
Yeah, you're going to be doing a double Sentry follow-up to the Stalker Adept opener, which again he did do compared to last game. This time going for the extra sentries before the Nexus, though, is also interesting. Last time he did cut a few units to get his faster Twilight Council. This time deciding to go for a couple extra sentries, I believe, is the difference here. We'll see when this actually ends up working out. Looks like he still will get a pretty fast Twilight, though, all things considered. So still will be able to have a nice tech advantage for this game, as Creator is going to be going into another Stalker and a fast double battery. So again, this is where the cutting can come. This is where the little intricacies come in. Zoun realizing that it's another Stalker Sentry opener, realizing that Creator has not been aggressive whatsoever in the early game, taking this opportunity to cut out those early shield batteries, gets his faster tech, cuts a few units here and there, whereas Creator's actually being more defensive and just doing essentially the same thing every time and just doesn't want to kind of alternate whatever he's doing. But that, like I said, is kind of hurting him because now this blink is going to be significantly earlier from Zoun. I wonder, because he's going to come in here this time and 100% realize my Twilight is so much faster than yours. He can easily find some way to abuse this later in the game.
He just made a shield battery, cancelled it, made it again, and cancelled it again.
It's to deny the Adept Shade, most likely.
Oh, the wall, of course.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
I
yes.
was freaking out there. Yeah, okay. Of course, there's an Adept in the on the map, of course. That makes sense. But yeah, he does already have those 2 batteries, so he's going to be super safe. But like you say, it's delayed his tech quite a lot here. Both players will be going into Blink once again. That's just kind of your standard versatile mid-game tech here in the Protoss Mirror. And then we'll see what each player wants to go for. We've kind of seen Zoun go for the quicker charge in the past couple games, whereas Creator's favoring the Robo and the upgrades. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Third base going down now for Zoun, and it's going to be Creator with the quicker Robo here.
These alterations by Zoun continue to be very good. This leads me to believe that Zoun is like the one that actively is trying to find advantages in the matchup, whereas Creator's just trying to play the same stuff and just be very solid and just do what he knows is comfortable. Because again, he's doing this off of only 2 gateways, like I mentioned. You can do this slightly earlier off of the 2 gateways, whereas Creator's again going for the 3rd before the 3rd base itself. So he will have more production overall, but Zoun is still just finding little tiny edges to get slightly faster upgrades, slightly faster nexuses, and this is kind of benefiting him so far in the last game and now potentially in this 3rd as well.
Yeah, Zoun playing such an adaptive PvP here, right?
Yeah.
Making these changes that look kind of small, but they can end up getting you really far ahead.
They're huge in this matchup.
Yeah, because it snowballs, right? You get a slight lead, it becomes a bigger lead. Suddenly it can turn into something that's game-ending. Very nice scouting. I love the control on the hallucinated Phoenix. He was controlling it perfectly, didn't lose it at the front there. Sees absolutely everything that's going on in the bases of Creator. Right now, Zoun kind of posturing on the map, maybe potentially looking to be aggressive. He is going to go for the charge and the forge as well. A little bit later with the +1 there. And yeah, we'll have to see. the builds are kind of similar. We've just had a little bit of a different order, and there's going to be an engagement here on the ramp. Force fields go down. Blinkstalkers can, of course, just jump over those, and one sentry going down, and just an adept as well. So not the biggest one-sided fight or anything like that right now.
Yeah, actually a nice pickoff though from Zoun. Doesn't lose anything, kills off a sentry for free basically. That's nice. That's just kind of a good play overall. No downside whatsoever. So very nicely done by him. He could have, of course, he had like a pretty big like 15 to 20 second window where he could have maybe attacked with Blink before Creator did, but maybe just didn't feel comfortable going for it, didn't want to make that critical decision, just going for a more overall macro game, just wanting to basically not throw it away for some, simple reason. He knows he has lots of leads, he knows he's got the faster third base and other things, so just going to try to make it work out slightly later in the game, and I think he's going to be pretty good in that assumption. However, Creator, on the other hand, for now, does have quite a larger army, so he was able to sneak out quite a few extra units, didn't actually go for as fast of a Templar Archives and whatnot, so I think that's where he's able to sneak in just a few more extra units here, whereas Zoun, on the other hand, is going to be getting the faster Templar Archives, a slightly, actually no, their forts are pretty similar, but just kind of a different ordering of when to get this extra set of units here from both players. But they should kind of end up at about the same army set.
Yeah, I actually thought Zoun would be the one that's kind of ahead because he did cut those corners earlier on, but Creator has brought this back nicely. He's in a good position in this game. Like you say, they've got a lot of similar stuff. They're adding in those archons now, which is going to be great against the charge lots. Add in a bit of static defense, those cannons, those batteries, deal with those zealot run-bys, that kind of thing. Both players trying to set up into a really strong mid-game here. We do see that attack upgrade coming down as well for Zoun slightly earlier. And right now he's out on the map, takes out these rocks. That is interesting. Denies that passageway. Going to send this Phoenix over to see if the army is still there. Of course it is. I'm not sure if he saw the fourth base there, but you can probably presume he's already got it at this point. He does have his own as well. And yeah, 6 zealots coming in at a time. This is going to be a big Protoss army on both sides.
Yeah, this is interesting because, like you said, I felt like Zoun was going to have maybe a bit of an advantage coming into this mid-game based off of the earlier third base and whatnot. But again, Creator did get a faster third gateway and whatnot, so he was able to just kind of keep making units while Zoun was going for some of that other stuff. So it ended up making it so that way it kind of just evened everything out. Zoun, though, did get that faster +2, like you mentioned, which could be very critical. +2 is a massive upgrade in this matchup. It actually, basically, the way it works is that the Archon Splash becomes much more effective when you have +2 because the extra splash it's doing against the Zealots is killing it in much more shots than normal. So that's what kind of snowballs it. That's why a lot of times in years past, the matchup revolved around +2 timing attacks, essentially. And so that will be very critical to see if Zoun could find a timing when he does have +2 compared to his opponent.
Yeah, and he's also thrown down another Forge now, so he's going to have not only the attack upgrade lead, but he's also going for the armor as well here. Going to be super sick. He's got some units on the right side of the map, and he's actually taken a base down in the very bottom right of the map. You may not expect that as Creator. You might not search for it. You might expect him to take the one, well, I guess the one on the left is super dangerous to take because it's kind of close to Creator's fourth, right? You have such a easy way to warp in Zealots and just send them in. So I actually like this decision from Zoun. That base will be slightly more difficult to harass, but also more difficult to defend as well. It'll take your units longer to get over there. You do, of course, have recall, you have static defense, things like that to deal with that. And right now, Zoun is kind of out on the map. We do see a run-by coming down. Does he know about that base in the bottom right? Is he going to send those Zealots through the speed zones and just take it out? That would be such a sick read if it is the case. Zoun has his own Warp Prism out on the map. Going to look for an engagement here. Goes up the ramp, doesn't go up the ramp, just takes out a couple units, backs off. Here come those Zealots, though, going to attack into these cannons and batteries. That is a lot of Zealots, actually. But now the main army of Zoun is pouncing.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation because Zoun is completely surrounded by those two armies, but what he's doing essentially is just baiting this army from Creator to make it so that way his Prism, which has gone into the natural and the main base to get more damage done and force warp-ins over there before then pouncing on the attack at the front. And that's what he's going to do at this point, trying to get into this army, but the Zealots all getting funneled into the mineral line choke against 3 Archons. They're going to evaporate in that position, but now that does open up the left side as the Immortal is weakened, no defense there. But the rest of the units coming back for Creator to try and defend this. A forward blink even to try and get on top of these Archons much quicker, but that just means the Zealots are going to get on top of those Stalkers as well. So another even trade coming out, but with no Prism because it was put in the main base for Zoun, means that Creator has the defensive advantage, will be able to warp in more and defend cleanly.
Dude, I thought Creator was in a lot of trouble there with that War Prism going in as well as the big army at the front, but he defends beautifully. That defender's advantage, like you said, is huge. You have the shield batteries there, you have the war pins coming in nice and quick, and Creator now going to counterattack, sensing a bit of weakness. He is very far ahead in the army supply, more than 30 supply up right now. Got his army just there on hold position, kind of interesting. I'm not sure what he's waiting for here. Okay, there a few more units do come over with the War Prison. We can warp in a bunch more. And suddenly Zoun is kind of on the ropes here. I'm not sure how he's going to deal with this massive Protoss force. Tries to retake that base, but that is probably not going to be enough at this point. The Nexus already down to half HP. He decides he's got to go. He sends the Zealots in. There's so many Archons there at the front, though. 3 Archons dealing huge splash damage. Hurt all those Zealots. They have to back up. They lose the charge. They have to go in again, and Creator just has so much here. He's pushing through. Another warping comes down, trying to pick up these Archons. The War Prism goes down. Zoun is running out of steam right now. He's trying his best to stay in this game, but there's just too much here from Creator.
Yeah, this is an excellent push coming out from Creator. GG is calling a 2-1 victory for him coming into this first PvP of the day. I loved that defense that he had. We didn't quite get the shot in the main base to see how he was able to deal with the War Prism up there, but it seemed like he was able to be very patient with it, get a warp in of units, be able to focus it down and deny those units. Patient enough with his units at the forward position as well. The way he baited all of those charge slots into the choke point with all of the Archons just splashing down all of them was very good, and honestly was what won him the fight, I think. If he isn't able to get that amount of splash damage onto the charge slots, they are going to be able to wrap around the rest of those units, and he would have potentially been snowballed on before the rest of his units from the main was able to regroup. So just a very good defense. Having the Zealots also on the other side, killing that 4th base to secure the fact that his economy will be better after the fight as well. Just very nice mid-game from Creator.
I'm so impressed with Creator's defense.
Yeah.
He had so many clutch defenses throughout this series, where if like one little thing goes slightly differently, he can just die. But he stayed calm under pressure. He made the right choices. His control was excellent. He didn't make any mistakes, and he's actually able to take it over Zoun. Not in what I would call a huge upset, but maybe a little bit of a surprise. I'd say maybe Zoun was slight. You could go either way, I guess. But anyway, a great result for him. He will go on into the winners match, where he's going to fight a Terran opponent, and yeah, Zoun will be going down to the losers match, where he will also fight a Terran. So we will have 2 TVPs coming up here for our next 2 games.
Yes, it's going to be super sick. Anything else would also be super sick would be watch us on YouTube. I would love it if you could watch us on YouTube and subscribe, like the videos, put a comment down there, tell us how much you love RSL, tell us how much you love, I don't know, StarCraft. Just say...
Tell me which is the better mirror matchup.
Yes.
PvP or ZVZ? I want to know, guys.
Yeah, no, do a poll in chat or something. Just say, like, yeah, PvP or ZVZ. Which do you like more? Please use the recency bias of that last excellent match that we just saw to inform your decision.
What match?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, tell me how many ZVZs we have this season. Yeah, exactly. So, regardless, do that. Go follow us and all that stuff, and that would be super sick. We're going to be back after just a couple minutes with the winners match to continue our RSL here. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the winners match of the RSL Group A. Right? We're in Group A, right?
Yeah, we
mixed
mixed the order up
groups.
here.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, no, it's a little confusing. We're so sorry. We had to move things around because of the scheduling to make sure one of the players could play at the right time. So we did that. But yeah, it is Group A on the last day of the group stage week, basically. But we're in the winners match. It's going to be Creator versus Cure. A bit of a throwback to see two old Jin Air players playing against each other. These guys were on the same team for years. So obviously great friends and should know each other inside and out, basically. So should be a fun match overall. Here's the groups as they've been lining up so far. As you can see, we got a Protoss and a Terran at the top and a Protoss and a Terran at the bottom. Two Protosses and Terrans in this group, splitting it on up. It'd be cool if we can get one of each advancing, I would say, just to get the racial balance as even as possible. But the Protoss and
David Kim wins again.
Yes, I love saying that every time I love it. Every time I get the chance, I will throw that out. But yeah, no, my Protoss heart would love to see both Creator and Zoun make it out, as they're both great players that I love watching. But yeah, I don't know, just excited to see what ends up happening this time.
Yeah, guys, we've had some mirrors. Now it's time to get back to what StarCraft is all about. Humans versus the aliens. All right, we're going to have some TVPs coming up for you here, and you can ask for a better matchup than this. Cure versus Creator. It's going to be some normal-looking maps here. Leylines, Maganatha, and Tokamak.
Oh, you almost said it again!
Don't bring it up. Just don't bring it up. It didn't happen. And we do have Creator's camera here. Getting a little candy to get him going in this series. Got his exercise bike in the background just if he wants needs to.
Look at all those boxes. What do you think is in those boxes? Are they just empty? Is that his trash that he didn't throw out?
They're like shoe boxes or something, right? That's where he puts the hearts of his opponents. He keeps them in little boxes by his table. I don't know, dude. Kira, on the other hand, looking super calm. This is another.
That's the most
Sunday night.
That's the most classic Korean apartment I've ever seen. Just white walls, white curtains, a white shirt to go with it. Just zero decoration.
Minimalist. I like it. Are you a minimalist? Do you have like art in your home and plants everywhere and ambient lighting?
No, I do like to have. I like the coziness. I've got some art around actually. Yes. I have some of my own.
Is it StarCraft art or is it artsy art?
I do actually have like a painting of like Zeratul and some others as well, which is pretty cool. I have a couple of my own pictures that I took, which I think are just
I thought
cool.
you could say that you drew then. I was like, I've got to see these.
No, I've got just, some other pictures. My family and stuff. They sent me postcards. I put that up. Yeah, I like to have
my
like,
family don't send me anything. My wall is blank right now. I just got, but it doesn't matter. They're inside. It's all about the memories, the heart. You know what it is, guys. Family is the most important thing.
Ohana
anyway,
means family as well, by the way.
What's that?
Ohana means
family. Yeah, that's true. It does. Yeah.
Ohana right now, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, if you've seen Fast and Furious, you know it's all about family. We are going to be moving into ley lines as the first map, though. Cure going to be spawning in the top right as the blue Terran. Creator, the red Protoss in the bottom left. An Arsenal fan, which I did not know.
Yeah, he's wearing that Arsenal shirt.
Yeah, most Koreans support Tottenham, obviously, as Son Heung-min plays there, but...
well, he moved recently, right? He's in a different team now?
He's going to America, isn't he, I think? Going to the MLS,
Okay.
Get his bag before he retires. Good for him. No, it's
good for him.
It's great. He's a legend at Tottenham. He's been there for many, many years. No one could say anything bad word about him. He's a club legend. But moving away from football, back to the StarCraft.
Yeah, who gives a crap about football?
Well, clearly Creator, which is why we brought it up. But
all my students mention it as well. They just love Zoun. They just keep talking about him all the time. They're like, teacher, what do you know about this guy? I was like, I don't watch soccer, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. I play StarCraft.
Yeah, he's like the Korean pride when it comes to football, though, isn't he? Very, very famous here. Anyway, we do see this probe being annoying, gonna block the CC just for a moment here. The second STV will come down. Try to get some damage on this probe. You're not going to lose it. Just send it away. Delays it for a moment there. That's nice. Going to try and get away. Oh, actually going to die in again. The Reaper will be out soon, though, so he'll have to leave. On the back of this, Creator is going to be going for his Nexus after the core. Very normal beginnings here.
Yeah, I'm curious what we're going to get from Cure, as Creator's likely going to just be going for the normal Sentry after the Stalker into the Twilight, which has been so standard as of late, but it's been onto the Terrans essentially to do some kind of weird stuff and maybe put a wrench in everything. And so we'll see what ends up happening. As a fast shield battery even getting put down by Creator just to be as safe as possible. Even though he didn't scout a double gas opener, which is when you normally go for that super fast shield battery, he's just going for it anyways, knowing he's going to be opening Sentry. Just wants to, again, play very safe. It feels similar to that last series. It feels like he just has his builds that he wants to do, that he knows are strong if he executes them properly, and doesn't want to maybe do slight alterations here and there to make it so that way he gets like little tiny advantages. He just wants to play his game and just be as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, obviously has a lot of faith in his macro abilities as he does just go for that slightly safer thing. We see the Robo coming down here as well as the Starport.
That's strange. That's a very fast Robo that we've got coming out here. That is not standard whatsoever.
Yeah, no Twilight Council on the way, right? So we won't be seeing the super early blink. What do you expect we're going to see here, Gemini?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, in days past, this used to be, if we're watching a pro player, it would be a Colossus drop.
Wow.
Amazingly enough. If you're watching my games, it would be a Disruptor drop. But that is, honestly, this is long past, not really a thing anymore. You could go for some early, like, Prism Immortal shenanigans a little bit, like to do a slight amount of early harassment or something. Instead, we're just going to get a super fast Observer into a Twilight anyways. This is not what you normally see as a Protoss player in this matchup, honestly. This is something you sometimes would see like years ago, just kind of randomly. You might try to just get an early Robo to get like super fast Colossus on 2 bases or something like that, just like super defensive style. Honestly, Creator kind of innovated that style a really long time ago with like double forward styles as well. We're talking literally like 13 years ago, when he first splashed onto the scene. But like nowadays, this is not really what you're going for as a Protoss player. So the fact that he's going for this is very interesting. I mean, the 4th base timing is still basically when you would get it with a blink opener as well. So very curious to see what he's actually going to do with this.
Yeah, I mean, he will be able to make Immortals earlier. He'll have the blink later, so he won't be like as active on the map. This Medevac going to fly and try and drop some Widow Mines. They are going to get taken out before they can potentially even fire. Okay, one does get a shot off. Only one probe goes down. Excellent defense here by Creator. But back to the point I was just going to make. If you can make a few more Immortals... Oh, even going to go in for charge now.
Thinking.
Wow, okay, so it's going to be an Immortal charge army, maybe going to be looking to take the fight to the Terran if he moves across the map for that kind of Marine Siege Tank Banshee push that we often see. There is Cloak coming down on the Banshees, but with that super fast Robo, you obviously have an Observer already. Okay, of course, as I say that, that one will die, but
he should be another.
He can, yeah, if not, he can easily remake that. I'm sure he's going to have one at home in time to deal with that.
Yeah, this is very interesting from Creator. Given the fact that he was going for that Immortal so quickly, I think that maybe the charge would be on the cards here. You do see a lot more charge before Blink nowadays as well compared to the past. Now that you have the early scouting with the Sentry hallucinations, you can know 100%, okay, they're just going to go for a 1-1-1, perhaps a tank push. So boom, charge is going to be way more effective in the straight-up fight to defend against that than Blink normally would. So there's different ways that you can go about this, and so a charge first is going to be the cards for Creator. The second Observer out plenty, perfectly in time essentially for that Banshee, so nothing to be done there. And now we're going to drop a couple of Zealots in the main base with an Immortal in there as well, but not able to really do too much, but it does scout that Tech Lab actually researching Magfield. Doesn't get the second scout on the extra factories though, because this is going to be a mech TVP. You do not see this either in this matchup very often.
I feel like this is lining up really well for Creator, because what do you want against mech, right? Like Charge Lot Immortal is pretty good, right?
Yeah. This is excellent.
And then you can go into Archons as well. They'll do a ton of damage with their splash if they can get, on top of the Hellions or anything like that. I think right now this is looking very good for Creator. As long as he can continue his Immortal production, get a high Zealot count, he has the 3rd base quicker, of course, as the Protosses normally do. Even throwing down the 4th base now at 640. So he's going to have an excellent economy, and it's going to be up to Cure to try and use these Cyclones to get as much damage as he can done as he can, kite the Protoss army, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm very curious why Cure has gone for this, considering the fact that I felt like he scouted that fast Immortal with the Widowmine drop as well, so he should kind of have known that this was coming. The fact that he's going into mech, into a Protoss style that's just more well-designed to deal with mech is interesting. So Yeah, I'm curious to see how well this works for him, or if he just kind of gets blasted out of the game once the first big Protoss attack comes, because that does sometimes happen with mech players in this matchup. Does get the scout off on that mag field upgrade. Seeing this little red laser pointers coming out of the Cyclones means that it is fully upgraded, so he does know that that is there as creator. But for now, he is still just kind of sitting back, just staying passive, making sure that he's not getting dropped with any kind of weird drop plays here and there, or any more Banshees getting floated around and whatnot. And then eventually he's going to group up after he's got his 4th base set up, potentially after his +1 upgrade is finished, to maybe go for a big attack as a Protoss player. You don't really just want to sit and let the meching player do whatever they want. But he's still going to be going for a potential late game transition with the Stargate coming in as well.
Yeah, setting up into a nice mid-game here. I like that little squadron of 2 Cyclones and the Raven in the middle of the map looking for an observer. Wasn't able to find it, which is very nice here for Creator. He's kind of taking an outpost in the middle of the map here with the Warp Prism. Potentially, okay, I say it, and then of course it goes down right again right away.
The second time
Dude,
in this game.
I'm cursing this so bad right now. But anyway, Creator going to be looking for an angle to attack here. We saw Trigger with some very good times against Mech yesterday. Is Creator going to be able to make it happen as well? Sends in the Zealots. They're kind of getting shredded, honestly, but there's a ton of Stalker Immortal at the back of this. The Immortals doing huge damage right now. There's still a few Marines from the early game, and Cure is actually going to kind of smash this army.
Yeah, that is impressive. The lock-on also killing that Prism with an Immortal in it is going to be great for him. This has been a total disaster for Creator. I feel like he hit in a very awkward timing that was just not really early enough to punish the fast mech transition, but also not late enough that coincided with his +1 or a larger army that could really engulf this position. But even there at this last end, he's like trying to poke in and just get a couple free units, but he's just losing a million Stalkers while trying to go for it. Creator's dead.
Yeah, no, he's completely dead. I'm confused because he took a 5th base. He took the Stargate for the late game transition like we talked about, and then he sent it. Like, you normally want to do one or the other, right? If you're going to tech up, get the extra eco, you want to defend. But he tried to do both, and Cure just had such a big army, he was able to smash it, and now he's going to push across the map, and I mean, this is just game-ending damage, guys. The Terran army is so big right now, almost 50 army supply advantage here for Cure.
That resources loss is wild.
He hardly lost anything in that fight. Absolutely insane efficiency. Still has the Marines as well. Nice engagement from Creator, but the numbers just are not there. Creator going to be forced to GG out, and Cure takes map number 1 here with Mech.
Yeah, a very unorthodox style coming out of Cure, and honestly as well from Creator going for what he did. But I don't know, that was a very strange game. I feel like Creator just did not respect what Cure was doing in any way. It felt like Creator looked at that game and was like, oh no, I just have the things that I need that will kill this, and it doesn't really matter when I do it. I'll just do it. I'll do everything that a Protoss does against mech. I'll get faster bases. I'll get charge lots of Immortals and Archons, and yeah, I'll just attack at some point, and he's gonna lose. And then he goes through the attack in just this weird timing in between all of that, while also still trying to tech transition into what would eventually be Carriers or Tempest. And it's like, I don't know, it just fell on its face. Nothing actually happened with that attack. It was very strange.
Yeah, split a little bit too much between the offense and the defense there, you know. Didn't end up working out for him in game number 1. I kind of feel like he would have been good if he took the 5th and just kept making Zealot immortal.
Yeah, no. You have to lean into one of the things. He was doing everything.
Right.
It's like, if we look back to yesterday with Trigger's match, when he had identified the fast mech transition coming out of, I believe it was Gumiho, he cancels his Storm, he goes and cuts all of his probes at 3 base saturation and just goes full on into an army that will just kill the Terran's army, which it did, and it just completely won the game. Whereas Creator, he was setting himself up for that, but then also going for these fast expansions and all this extra tech, and just did everything. So you have to lean into one or the other. Go for the super fast decisive attack, or just keep staying back passively and go for super fast tech.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Cure did everything as well as he could. He brought the mech out, and he got it done in the first game. Curious if he will go for that again. Obviously, you can play, you know, both styles, bio and mech. He has a ton of builds. Super versatile. He's just really known for, like, well, actually, I say that. He's normally known for, like, picking a build and perfecting it, right? Like, playing it, like, a million times and just executing it at, like, a 10 out of 10 and it being super impossible to stop. But he can play a few styles, of course. I like that he brought out something slightly different. That's cool. The map will be Maganatha here. Creator going to be spawning as the red Protoss in the bottom right. And in the top left, it will be the blue Terran Cure.
I'm very, I kind of agree with you on what you're saying, is that Cure is really this player that just, he gets a build, he does it extremely well. He's not like the flashiest player of all time.
Right.
He's not a Maru, a Beyond, or whatever that just has these crazy I mean, he's capable of doing the incredible micro, and like, no disrespect, but he's not known for the crazy Reaper micro, the crazy Marine splits, or whatever. He just kind of has these really good builds that he does. They're just really solid. He just generally, I don't see him as one of those like X Factor kind of players that just like is super clutch or whatever. He's just solid. He's a super solid jack of all trades Terran player that basically gets him into really high placings at these big tournaments. But the fact that he was able to bring up that really interesting mech style and do it to such a level against Creator was incredibly impressive to see. And I'm like extremely just surprised that even came out of Cure of all players.
Yeah, really cool to see him kind of changing his game up a little bit. This time he did make the CEC slightly off-center, saying, "I don't want to chase your probe around for 20 seconds. I'm just going to make it. I'm just going to make it ASAP, and then I'll lift it over. It's not a big deal." He will be following this up with a factory, and we have an adept coming out here for Creator. He'll be sending that across the map, probably trying to scout, be a little bit annoying with it. And yeah, we'll have to see if Kill wants to go for that mech again, or if he's going to go back into bio. Which do you think this map favors?
To be honest, I feel like mech actually could be not bad on this map. The positions that you have defensively at the 3rd and 4th are not too bad, I feel like, as meching Terran. But I don't know. I can't in the year 2025 be like, yeah, I think that Cure is going to go mech twice.
In the big 2025, yeah, we can't call it.
Two times in a row in a TVP.
It'd be pretty crazy, right?
Just once in a series at all is like actually insane. But to go twice in a row, I can't just say that. It's gonna probably be bio, but I mean, it could still be mech, I guess. But anyways, Creator's gonna be doing something a bit more standard himself this time, going into Twilight. Not going for the Sentry opener this time. You can still go for the early Adept plays as well, because it still gets really reliable scouting, and it does add that extra bit of pressure against the Terran player. They always have to be aware that the Adepts could just kind of shade in at any point in time. You always have to keep tabs on that depot, keep lifting it up and down. Otherwise, they can get into the main base and get a full scout, and potentially even kill a SCV or two. So just a slight alteration just to mix things up from Creator. So not doing just that whole thing where he just does the same build every game this time. So he is able to switch it up.
Yeah, we're kind of going back into what is considered the gold standard in the current meta for this matchup, right? We've got the Blink, we've got the Stalkers coming out, a Medevac as well as a Cyclone. Going to be able to be used to pressure for the Terran here. The Protoss is going to try and get that 3rd base a little bit quicker. It's actually going to be a siege tank here follow-up, which is great. You can pop that down in the main base. It prevents the Stalkers from getting into the main. If they try and blink in, they might take some big shots. Sometimes you can still find an angle, but yeah, that's kind of what you need to defend against that. The Medevac now goes out and is going to go across the map and pick up the unit that's waiting for it, which is the Cyclone. Is that 2 Marines and the Cyclone in there, I believe? Okay, is spotted. Sorry, 4 Marines and Cyclone is spotted there by the Phoenix, by the hallucinated Phoenix. He's going to fly this in. He sees the cloak on the starport as well, so he's going to know it's a Banshee probably. You could decide to cancel the cloak, or you could keep going. Sometimes the Terrans just say, okay, you've seen it. It's probably not going to do anything. I'll just cancel it. Sometimes they double down on it. Gonna drop these units here. Great. Oh, almost gets the Sentry there. That would be a nice pickoff. A couple probes going down. I think actually just the one. But yeah, if he could have got that Sentry, that would have been really nice. But he didn't lose anything. A little bit of free damage. He comes back out, keeps everything alive.
Yeah, that was nice micro by Creator. Losing that Sentry is probably the worst thing you can do. No way he does it again, bro. That's insane. I actually can't believe he's going back twice in a row. That's ridiculous. All right, well.
He's figured it out.
Let's see. Can he actually make it work twice in a row? It's not something many Terran players can do in the pro scene against Protoss players, so we'll see what ends up happening with this. We'll see what the maybe he does it slightly differently this time. I'm not quite sure. I mean, he's going to have Cloak on the Banshees this time, and obviously it was scouted by Creator, so he should know that this is coming. It technically could have been Raven with the Interference Matrix, but no one does that anymore, honestly, like, because Colossus builds are just so out of fashion. There's really no reason to go for those types of pushes anymore. So he should know that there are going to be some Banshees on the map somewhere. I believe he's got batteries even prepared for that. That's what all those are in the production tab. But will he actually get this scout off early enough that it is yet again going to be mech? Because you need to see that transition coming as soon as possible so that way you don't react in the wrong way. Because if you get stuck in a different tech path that you don't want against mech, you can get caught with your pants down very easily.
Absolutely. Creator did push in there. He saw the timing on the third CC is relatively early. You know, a lot of times Terran will stay on 2 bases for a while, try and push, try and pressure, get some damage done. But Creator, Cure's going to be playing a nice macro game. He's got that quick third CC. He's going into the mech, as we discussed. He's getting the blue flame. He's getting the Cyclone upgrade, getting his armor, checking all the boxes here, adding on a factory or two. The Cloak Banshees are moving across the map. There are observers out. I'm not sure if there is one at the natural right now. Okay, there it is. We do see it. Only one Stalker there for the moment. He'll have to bring another few over to deal with this. Kira actually not going to dive in right away. That's kind of interesting that he's moving the Banshees like this. Maybe looking for something transfer in from the natural.
No, there's more Stalkers over here. Don't go there.
There is. Yeah, he actually had a good angle the first time, but he's still managing to get some damage done. The Stalker's AFK right now. We're going to wake up and chase these Banshees out of there, but 5 probes going down already.
Yeah, that's actually really nice, and that allows him now to move over to this natural, which only did have that one Stalker. Blink forward will be able to deny one of the Banshees. Actually, the second as well.
Wow.
Nice recovery from Creator to be able to kill both of them, but 8 probes at this point in the game still is not what you want as the Protoss, so there's still some pretty good damage from Cure.
Yeah, Kira actually ahead in the work account here, which is...
with a faster third CC as well.
Right, which as a Protoss player is not what you want to see. He is going for mech, and Creator actually scouted it. He got that scout off with the Observer, so now he can kind of tailor his build to match into that mech comp a little bit better. He's going for the Robo Bay here.
What?
How do we feel about the Robo Bay against the mech?
Okay,
Gonna
this
go
is
for
interesting. Because normally you don't want this versus mech, because it's just not good. Colossi are useless, generally. Disruptors, they're not good in some situations, but this situation, I think the Disruptors is what he might be going for, because last game he realized the style of mech that Cure was going for was very Hellbat focused, very Hellbats and Cyclones, where that is actually very easy to get shots off with Disruptors. Disruptors can be very strong against them because they're just really big units. They're very slow. They're hard to move around, and so I would not be surprised. He could still go Colossus as well, and I think that's that's the pro move. I think they still like their Colossi because they're just generally higher range. I would be looking at this and being like, yo, it's Disruptor time. Let's kill all these Hellbats and Cyclones. They don't do anything, and then we can get on top of the tanks later. But regardless, it is going to be that type of switch, because if it is mostly Hellbat Cyclone focused, then that type of splash is actually quite good. If it's more tank focused mech, then the Robo units become very bad, other than the Immortals, of course.
Yeah, right now it is going to be mostly Cyclones and Hellions, as you talked about. So those Colossus will be potentially effective. We'll have to see. He's going for a lot of upgrades behind this, getting his attack, getting his armor, and throwing down a few cannons as well just to bolster the defenses. Going to pick off a Hellion there. That's always nice. Might be able to get another unit or two. Got to be careful, though. You don't get locked on by the Cyclones. Actually able to pick one off. And
tank.
a Siege Tank, potentially, before it sieges. Very nice Stalker control here from Creator. But, like, nothing's really happened, and he's down, like, 20 army supply. I'm getting a little bit worried here. The Colossus are coming out 2 at a time, though. They deal huge splash damage, obviously. We have no Vikings on the field. He's going to be relying on the tanks and Cyclones to deal with those. We'll have to see how that goes. Yeah,
killing that one tank was actually very critical. The fact that there's only 2 on the map right now means that these Colossi, once they get out, can be extremely good. But this army, this is why I'm saying Disruptors might have... Look, you can't split this army against Disruptor shots. Those Hellbats are going to be so useless. The Colossi, not with range yet, means they're actually too close to the fight. Still going to get targeted, but luckily those units get killed off before the Colossi is able to die. We'll be able to move everything back, try to recoup a little bit as Creator. That was a decent first engagement, considering how large this army from Cure was from the start. The force fields were excellent to keep all those units focused up at the front, to let the charge lots get on top of them. This position is so awkward, though, with the tanks behind this high ground position. 3 Colossi are going to be very good. The Zealots on the left-hand side dealt with very quickly, meaning the flank is no longer a threat. And now the Prism Micro is going to be needed to be able to keep these Colossi alive versus this insane mech army. I don't think it's actually going to be enough, because this is just so many units coming out of nowhere by Cure from that super fast third base. Creator is falling apart to mech twice in a row. Cure finding his way into the playoffs.
What a game by Cure. Looks like he's decided that this is the composition he thinks works best in this matchup and making a very good case for it. It looked super strong there in both games. Cure actually Creator tried 2 different approaches in both games. The first game is kind of the more standard response, right? Go for charge lots, go for the Immortals, that kind of thing. The second game, he goes for the Colossus, and it feels like they fell a little bit flat. But I think that's kind of because, like you said, he hit the timing before range.
Yeah.
So that first Colossus walked in and just died pretty much instantly to Cyclones. And that's not what you want, obviously. You want to keep every Colossus alive. They're so precious. You want to juggle them if you can, get as much damage over time. But Cure hit a sweet time in there and able to close that game out.
Yeah, generally you also want to have it so that way your Colossi are out before they're across the map, because since they have such a range advantage, that's why they're so good against the Cyclone, Hellion, Battle Mech style, because they are generally faster units, but since you have such long range with the upgraded Colossi, you can just kind of do the dance back and forth and push them back. They're zoning tools.
Right.
And so you can, it's just the same way as like Blink Stalkers against an early bio push, you're able to shave off the units as they walk across the map. It's the same idea with the Colossus. So you slow the army down, you pick off things here and there, zone it away to buy yourself more time. The fact that the Colossi were coming out when the push was already fully set up at Creator's third base, and the fact that there was no range done either, meant that they were essentially just dead weights.
Right, yeah. When you're at the third base kind of trapped in there, you can't zone at all, like, because then he just kills all your workers in the base, right? So, yeah, like you said, he didn't have the space he needed to get, those shots off and zone as much as he could. But, yeah, I really like the style we saw out of Cure there. I wonder if we'll kind of see more Terrans pick that up, start to run with it. There's a lot of different, drop timings. A lot of people going for Widowmine drops and stuff like that, but I think that style looks super strong. So I'm curious if we'll see that much more again. We'll have to see in the future. Here we go, guys. We have the RSL merchandise. If you want to look like Tasteless, you can pick up one of the RSL t-shirts. You can drink your liquids, as someone said yesterday, in the RSL mug. Beautiful for a cup of tea or coffee, whatever your beverage of choice is.
Or Terran Tears.
Terran Tears, yes. Although not if you're a creator, but
true.
Yeah, we also have the hoodie, perfect to lounge around the house and get some games in. And then the pins, Gemini.
The special pins for your punk rock needs.
Yes.
Get them on your cool jackets, get them on your cool backpacks, all that good stuff. Be sure to pick those up if you do want. You get a discount as well if you are a Patreon member, which is also cool. But we are going to be going on a little bit of a break for now to go into our losers match after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the RSL. Tricked you. You thought it was going to be Sturgeon. It's not. It's me. Tasteless. We're here.
We were all fooled.
We were all fooled. I got you again, Chet. You gotta keep up. We're going to be going into Zoun versus Bunny coming up now. This should be a good one. PVT's been in an interesting spot right now. Protoss is. It seems like Protoss is very strong if the game goes on long enough. Obviously. They don't have to let the game go on that long. Terran can choose to try to play around that by closing the game out, but that can also be a little bit predictable. So let's see if that's still going to be the state of the game.
Ooh, 2 new maps.
2 new maps,
oh,
nice.
Oh, I love that. Nice. Botanical is a cool-looking map, I think. Cenotaph was the map that we had yesterday with the insane Trigger versus Beyond game.
How do you say it? Cenotaph?
I've been saying Cenotaph.
Okay, I actually was going to read that completely differently. I'm like so glad you read that first.
What did you say?
I think I was in my head. I thought it said like centipath or something. It's centipath and
centipedes.
And the more I look at it, the more I go, no, those letters are not in that order. So we're going to start this off on Botanical. And go to Ley Lines and go to however the hell you say that third map for this. But let's see how Bunny does versus Zoun. I think this is a very even match. It really could go either way.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see. I mean, Zoun overall has had the better couple months, I would say. Bunny has been, I feel like, a bit absent from some of the tournaments that we've normally seen him at. Maybe not grinding as much as he used to, I would say, but he's been still playing in some of these ones here and there. Still, anytime that he does show up, he seems quite good. I mean, he doesn't seem like he loses his skill or anything like that, but yeah, I'm curious to see how he matches up here against Zoun. It was a bit rough earlier against Cure, but I mean, he just got out first in the group as well, so that might have maybe just been a bit of a mismatch or something. So I'm curious how he does against some of these Protosses.
So we're just getting in view of the map, the expansions over here from our observer Mapu. Sometimes I want to call him Mappa, like Mappa Dubu. Sometimes I say Mapu's idea. Kate, I got to be careful. I go, okay, careful, Tasteless. You might get Mappa Dubu later tonight. Mappa Tofu later tonight, but he is Mapu. Yeah, let's see, what exactly, what kind of game exactly we're going to have here.
Whoa, it's a double gate opener from Zoun.
Oh,
what?
That's so funny because I wasn't even looking because normally there's nothing that's going to be that interesting.
That is such a strange
2 gates
play.
with a gas.
Wow, and it's none of what. Usually, if this is happening, one of them is proxied.
No, of course, yeah.
But the fact that he's just doing in his base.
2 in the main. With
Bunny's
a
Terran player, not a Protoss Zoun. Remember? Please be careful.
Yeah. So what is going on here? We might have to wait a minute and let the build play out, but
yeah, this is gonna be. I mean, I think he's gonna make a zealot initially, perhaps to send that. Or he's just gonna rally it across, and then he's gonna reinforce it with either stalkers or adepts.
If you go for command center first, would it ever make sense to make a zealot? Well, these people that go CC first cheese, it's like econ cheese,
sure.
basically.
It's so rare though to go for it. So I think that's just not even a factor. I feel like there's so few Terrans. It's more common in TVZ, I would say, to go for that than TVP at the moment. But it is just going to be adepts, double adept. This is wild coming out of Zoun. You don't see this. This is a very strange opener. I'm going to just say it. Sometimes Parting used to do something like this years ago with a proxied gateway, where he would just send a bunch of adepts at a really weird timing and just kind of bust through a Terran player and shade past them. This time it's going to be 2 adepts followed by some stalkers. I'm very curious what this is going to lead to. Oh, it doesn't get scouted either, and he kills it! Oh my god, what an opener!
Wow. Okay, 2 stalkers about to pop out here. It is funny. We get so used to a couple of builds, and I don't even mean this in a bad way, but certain openings are very formulaic, and you've kind of seen it all before. Just okay, we know certain chess openings have been played so many times, but then it's kind of crazy when you see something like this. And you go, oh wow, this is a completely different way to approach the matchup. So let's see what he can get done here. He does have the Twilight Council come in. It's also possible this game just kind of ends up being a standard PvT after a little bit of time and nothing happens.
So the interesting thing about this, I like what Zoun's doing. He's layering these adepts to make it look like this is still a 1-gate opener. Because this adept timing, initially, the way that these 2 have come in, looked like they just were rallied 1 at a time out of 1 gateway. Then he's gonna, I think, come in with, where are the other stalkers? They're coming out on the minimap now. So now is when the stalkers can come over. Is he just gonna dive with them? I feel like that's the whole idea.
Yeah, it's only 1 Marine in the bunker, so you don't really have to respect it.
He's just using the double adept, and then the 2 stalkers are just chilling. Then I don't get it.
I don't know.
I'm going to be real. I thought the whole idea is you deep dive past the bunker.
I think this is kind of this great idea is we have a caster, we don't have any idea what's going on the whole game.
Yeah,
It's just like the two pro gamers playing. It's two guys in the background. Like, I don't understand this. This makes no sense to me. This is confusing. Like,
oh, the cyclone! No, don't lose that. That's so important. Oh my God, just loses that. That's a mistake from Bunny. What is going on in this game, man? This is like a really
wild,
abnormal opener.
So he gets the lift up there on the depots. There's a robo coming behind this, by the way, with Terran going for Banshees with Cloak. Yeah, very unusual start. Did get in there, did slow some workers down. But I think we're going to go into a more ordinary-looking game now. By the way, I was going to talk about this at the start, but the build order was so crazy, we kind of skipped over it. But basically, it seems like right now in Protoss vs. Terran, he actually gets in.
Whoa, that's nice. We'll be able to scout exactly what's going on. Even kill an SCV? Oh.
Almost. So, yeah, basically in Protoss vs. Terran, it seems like if Protoss gets a couple different versions of splash damage, Terran can't really do a whole lot. Like, if you have Psystorm, if you have then also Colossus with range, and then after that, even if you're going to go that far, Disruptors. And it can be in different orders, too. It doesn't have to be in that order. But the idea is you just have a series of different ways to have splash damage and area of effect damage. Terran has a hard time because they kind of just melt. You know, Terran, StarCraft 2's pathing, you know, every RTS game is unique in how the units kind of group together. Like StarCraft 1 has very chunky unit movement. Like the units kind of bounce off each other. They trip over each other even. Where StarCraft 2, things are very bunched up. It's like a school of fish moving together, which apparently makes splash damage really, really good in that situation. And so it's hard for the Terran because their control groups are going to be all kind of clustered together. The units are going to be clustered together. And it doesn't seem like right now Terrans have that much of a response to it either. I don't know if that's the way the game's going to be for a long time. I don't know if and when the next patch will be in the game. So yeah, I mean, the reason why I'm bringing all this up is as we watch this game, let's also keep in mind there's this sort of problem right now in the matchup that Terrans seem to be weaker if the Protoss can get really, really big, like a ton of bases, right? That's where the Terran really has problems. Now that might mean that the actual matchup has to go in a different direction, in that maybe you have to try to kill the Terran early, and that's just kind of the way it goes. Or we actually have in this game, he's going to go for mech.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the response.
This might be the answer to that.
I mean, we had it last series. We're somehow having it again. Apparently, this has been making the rounds on the Korean ladder or something, because this is the second series in a row now where we have mech coming out a slightly different way this time. He's actually going for speed Banshees, of all things. So he will have the speed upgrade for Banshees. How many of those does he actually have, though, is the question. I feel like he lost one of them on the map. Okay, he's got 2 more still on the middle, so 2 in total. Not really making many more at all, though. So the Hyperflight rotors will kick in. That will make them extremely swift. They do just zoom all over the place once they have those. It actually looks ridiculous. But unless there's an observer in preparation, which there is somewhere, I can't see it, and apparently neither can Bunny because he's so flabbergasted that he's actually being spotted. Luckily, we'll be able to get it out there, but losing one of those Banshees is not what you want when you invest so much into that upgrade. I feel like we should have just canceled that as Bunny after he lost the first Banshee way long ago. Yeah. Because I don't know, it doesn't feel like it's done anything at this point.
So, yeah, I guess the idea is if you're going to go mech, because we were talking about this actually, I guess it was in the TVT that I casted earlier, but when you go mech, you don't have a lot of movement on the map. You can't really be present the same way as you could if you're going for a marine tank. So I guess the idea was I'm going to get Cloak Banshees with speed, and I'm going to get my jabs in that way until it's time for the real push. But yeah, he's not getting really any value out of there right now. So PvT, it's funny. I'm casting ASL while doing RSL. So in 2 nights I'm going to be on the phone with Artosis, on Discord, with Artosis. We'll be recording that. And PvT in StarCraft 1 is always mech. The Terran can't go bio unless you're really styling on him. There's a couple cheeky timing builds you can do, but it's funny now that we're seeing mech here in PvT and StarCraft 2 because it does completely change the whole rhythm of the matchup.
Yeah, it's just something that you don't see. Like, historically, it's something that can just get very easily countered. The Protoss' arsenal is generally very well equipped to deal with this style as a Terran player, but it seems like these players have kind of figured something out. It was extremely effective just before against Creator with Cure going for it. So Bunny also putting himself in a pretty decent position for now. Despite the fact that the Banshees didn't really do anything, he's just got a really large army. Like, if you just sit on 3 bases as a Terran player, uncontested, you get a gigantic army really quickly as a meching Terran player, and the pushouts get really threatening. Like, it just looks very scary when you just see this gigantic ball of mech walking across, and then the Protoss players really got forced to respond to what is happening and get everything in position, as poke away here and there and out position a little bit.
Yeah, you know, mech in StarCraft 2 is a little bit more fluid than it is in StarCraft 1. I mean, obviously the siege tank has to siege up, but you know, vultures are very brittle, whereas I think cyclones and you know, in this case now hellbats are a little bit more beefy. So you know, usually when you're trying to slow mech down, what you do is you run at them, they siege up, you run away, and then you start trying to counterattack, and you're basically trying to exploit the cumbersomeness of the mech army. But this is a very different army. I mean, with mass cyclones, really nice storm there. Again, it's the same idea with the units so clumped together. There are so many perfect storms in this, but does he actually have enough? I can't quite see what's underneath these medevacs. Just some Stalkers and Archon and 2 Immortals.
I actually love the way that Bunny went about this. He actually baited out all those storms initially and then kept all of his Hellbats in the medevacs and dropped them afterwards.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He was still able to defend the attack. It seems like Zoun still pushing forward as Bunny, a lot of his units are on the reinforcements, so he just wants to keep everything together. But there was actually a good chance right there that Bunny just gets wiped with all those storms blanketing the army, but so many of them went off on the tanks, went off on the Cyclones. The Hellbats, which are more susceptible to the storms, were able to dodge them and then get right into the back line afterwards to get good damage done. So a very interesting engagement that, again, you don't normally see in this matchup. The boosted Hellbats with the medevacs as well is something you normally saw sometimes in the mech TVTs, not really in this matchup. So a very interesting situation we have going here.
Yeah, kind of a crazy exchange we had there in the middle of the map. Bunny's already about to max out again. It's kind of funny to see the Protoss actually down in supply.
Yeah.
After an interaction like that, you know, you would imagine that they would just have warped in a whole new army from that. And so, even though it's Bunny who's got the higher supply, it's Zoun who's out on the map eyeing for a possible attack. Kind of hard to hit the Terran right now. There doesn't seem to be any spot on the map that would be convenient to try to attack into. But I think we're going to see Bunny push out again in a little bit here.
I think he's just trying to take this forward 4th base position. I think this map is actually quite nice for this meching style because there are a lot of high ground bases. The 4th base forward here is up on a high ground position. Once we get a look of that, you'll be able to see it's very easy to choke this up. Look at that. It's just like one big attack, or one big ramp up into the actual thing to attack into, and then you have to go all the way around it to get anywhere else. So there's no real flank potential coming up into this 4th base. It looks like Zoun might try to go for it anyways, but it's going to be really hard to just force your way up there. You're going to have to find a different avenue of attack as the Protoss player in this situation. And this is also a great leveraging point from Bunny to just take his attack and move forward across the map as well, because it looks like he's going to try to go for that as Zoun tries to move around and do some backstabs.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Protoss wants to do, is basically counterattack. You know, okay, beautiful storms there. That's kind of an interesting way to take down a planetary. I don't think we see that often, but it makes perfect sense. Just target the building, and then when the SCVs will get right into position to be stormed like that. So he actually just wipes out that command center and then runs. Big victory there for Zoun.
Yeah, we're also able to get a lot of SCVs on the right-hand side, too. 33 in total getting killed off in the matter of seconds with those storms on the left as well. So now that's going to put Bunny in a very awkward economic situation, but that also does mean that his army, once maxed out again, will be enormous coming across the map. Zoun realizing this, knowing he has to keep the pressure on, doesn't want to just let Bunny go across for free, and he's going to continue all of these backstabs, gets in a position to get on top of this PF as well. We're going to have a base race.
Yeah, I think that right now momentum's really on the Protoss' side, though. There's more bases for Protoss that they can afford to lose right now. Terran is actually getting hit so hard that you can see Bunny's fleeing into his main, and he's going to try to just turtle up there. Now, I don't know if Protoss wants to just keep going here, or do you turn around? Because right now, you know, Bunny basically just has his starting position. He's going to recall back, and I think if Zoun can just clean this up, the game is going to end outright.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial to be able to dislodge of this in pieces because this army is a little bit segmented right now for Bunny. If it stays all together, that's where it has its strength, but he's finding little things here and there. Units were stuck over at the third base from the recall. Units are back at home. There's stuff now left at the front with things moving all together, all the reinforcements coming in. Zoun punches this out. Feedbacks to the medevacs even, which are holding the Hellbats inside. Not something you normally see, but now this is looking very good for Zoun. He's kept so many of his bases set up, so many of his probes still alive, and his army is looking extremely good.
Yeah, I think there's no way that Bunny could win this. We're going to have this final battle up here, and Terran might actually win some of this fight. No, hold on. There's Zealots coming down here as well. But I got to say, Zoun played a world-class PvT. Again, this is kind of a new concept that we're seeing is instead of the normal unit compositions Terran are going for mech, creating a very, very different-looking PvT.
Yeah, that was very interesting. Not, again, something we normally see. We're getting a bit of a shift, it seems like, in these Korean TVPs where they are favoring this mech style, trying to use this as a way to combat what has been, the last month or two, a very Protoss-dominated matchup. And it's very interesting. We saw it work very well against Creator. Now we see Zoun completely dismantling it, essentially. Finding the weak points, knowing how to react, taking a much more map presence approach, whereas Creator was just kind of sitting back and just kind of assuming that he would just win the game, I guess, with his transitions, but they just weren't working.
It plays a lot like a StarCraft 1 PvT.
Yeah,
you basically, you never want to fully engage with the mech army if it can be avoided. Which is, it's pretty hard to do because there's moments where they're weak and you can pick stuff up, but if you overextend into their army, you're just going to lose. So what Zoun does is whenever Bunny leaves his base, he just runs around and tries to get a kill, and then when the Terran comes back to try to fight, you just leave again. And then behind all that, what you're doing is you're just putting nexuses everywhere. And then eventually the Terran has to do something, so then they, like in that game, he finally moves out. He says, okay, I'm just going to attack you. And then the counterattack comes in, and by then the Protoss is too big. Terran was on 3 bases when the game was about to end there, and I mean, everything got wiped out so fast. Then you just go back, even if you have 1 or 2 nexuses that you've saved, you've won the game.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't even lose any of his nexuses, which was the other crazy thing. He lost some probes, but that third base nexus also not even able to get killed, so...
I like that Bunny is playing from his apartment while Zoun is playing from the end of time and space.
He's inside of a black hole.
Yeah, he's wherever time ended.
You can see he's clipping around the sides of his head as well. It's like... He's really just the signal is reaching as far out as possible.
I guess that's I guess everybody's webcam can do that now. You can basically just turn off the background.
It's like a pseudo green screen effect.
Yeah.
That sort of works okay.
It kind of works. Like it's definitely it's going to look better in the future.
Yeah. Look, I like the way that it kind of takes his earphones out as well sometimes. So it just looks like he has no ears.
Wait a minute, Zoun's not really here. He was edited into this.
This looks like a bad Photoshop job of me from middle school or something.
Yeah, exactly. Why does Zoun look like he was cut out of a magazine?
Yeah, I literally
taped in here.
Oh my god.
Anyways, we're gonna go to game 2. Bunny, it's not looking good for him so far. From that game 1. The mech was handled. I wonder when I see games like that, is Terran just supposed to ignore the counterattacks?
I don't know, because it's hard, obviously, because if you're not already moved across the map very far, it takes so long to get across with the slow mech army that by the time you'll get there, the harassment just destroys everything, and you haven't touched the Protoss side of the map at all yet. So it hit at the perfect time that game, the first time when Zoun did it, because he was just not, Bunny that is, not in a position to go across the map. He had to respond by just walking back and defending. It was quite difficult. I just think that was just really good play by Zoun to just really manipulate how Bunny was playing that. Just wasn't able to get his big forward attack in the time that he wanted.
So maybe he won't go mech again this time. We'll see. But definitely, what Zoun did was like a perfect anti-mech style. Very StarCraft 1-esque in that. And so, this time around, we're going to have the command center thrown down here in a sec. But we don't know exactly what kind of game this is going to be. It's obviously, fast tech with God, that probe's really doing work. Okay, finally does get the CC started.
That's a
here.
5-second delay. Not bad at all.
So, the idea that we saw, I guess this was more RSL Season 1, and I we had a little bit of it at EWC, is this idea of like, okay, well, let's just take all the SCVs and do an all-in. That was something people were trying. And it was actually backfiring pretty bad. Yeah. Because I think it was Classic specifically would get Storm on 2 bases.
Yeah, his Storm timings were so good.
It was the fastest Storm timings.
It was crazy. You didn't see that since like Heart of the Swarm, it felt like. Yeah, it was no one has done that in a long time.
It's like you front-loaded that tech first, and then you would see the SCVs get pulled, and he would just storm that, and Terran would leave the game. So I don't know what the answer is. Or maybe there's not an answer. I don't know. You know what I mean?
The answer is play as good as Cure did.
Yeah. The answer is be Cure.
Yeah.
But this is going to be the quick expand coming up here. And I think Zoun's going to be filled with confidence after that last game.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to go for the early sentry play as well, which has been so standard, just to double check, knowing that Bunny went for something pretty weird last game. To be fair, he went for something weird that game too. I mean, that double gate opener we kind of forgot about was the way that game started, which didn't really do what we thought it was going to. Like the double adept walked in, did essentially what 2 adepts would have done off of a 1-gate opener anyways. Yeah. And then the stalkers, I guess, killed that cyclone that was forgotten about, which really shouldn't have happened anyway, because that was just Bunny not looking and just didn't react in time. So yeah, that build from Zoun, I'm still wondering what the actual purpose of it was, because he didn't really dive in with the stalkers or anything and didn't seem like he was doing anything. But regardless, he's going to go back to standard this time, go for the early sentries, scout exactly what's happening, Cyclone out very early to be able to deny that scout, which is very good, generally what a lot of the Terran players like to go for now. And we do have the extra barracks coming in, which is a bit more like we normally would see.
Yeah. So quiet start here. This is going to be just, the Robo coming here. The Blink is about to finish. I thought when we saw the Twilight Council, maybe this was going to be like the Storm we were talking about with Classic, but I guess that's not as popular. And so in this game, we've got the 1-1-1 opening, so he's going to send out the Cyclone and the Marines and try to get damage that way. And Protoss has to be pretty careful here, because if you miscontrol this, I mean, a Cyclone can punish so much if you like. It's probably, if you're like a new player and you're against somebody good, the Cyclone must be the most frustrating thing ever.
Yeah, because they don't really need to do insane might. Like, it locks on automatically and then it shoots while it's moving. So you just see them moving back and forth. You can't get on top of it. You're just like, oh my god, like this guy is sick. How do I even do that?
This is a madman. How's he doing that? And you look at it from his end. It's like, oh, it's
he's like,
I click here and then I click over there.
Eating a hamburger at the same time. He's just clicking back and forth. He's the guy from South Park, like the hacker guy from the World of Warcraft episode. Just clicking the Cyclone back and forth.
For how impressive it is when you see it done, or I mean, from the observer perspective, you actually go, no, that's actually pretty easy. Anybody can do that.
It's going to be 4-gate Blink this time, by the way. Lots of gateways coming in. Oh, never mind. He's going for Fast Templar. Never mind. Ignore me. Sorry. Go ahead, Dazeless.
It's like, well, now it's my turn. I'll say something wrong. I'm like, oh, he's going to attack into carriers. Never mind. He doesn't have a Stargate, so I guess that's not going to happen. So the push is going to come out, but I think that Protoss might be able to beat this. But, it's the idea we're talking about, right at the start of this game, actually, is that, okay, well, like, mech didn't work because he gets to control too much of the map. That takes too long to kick in. Let's try a really sharp timing push. And this isn't an all-in. I was talking about SCVs being pulled. This is to repair. Oh, never mind. More SCVs.
We did it!
Oh, never mind. It's an
all-in. Your wrong thing.
Never mind. I think his opponent's Zerg. Nope, no, he's not. It's a PvT. No Zergs in this whole group today. The counterattack is such a good idea.
Yeah, I do like that.
I thought these were going to be running from behind and trying to get this. So let's see how this pans out.
Yeah, the 4 Stalkers enough to one-shot SCVs is enough you need to do, and then he's going to be able to just recall them back to recoup for the actual main attack. 1 stim forced already. Kind of far away from the actual engagement, so nicely done from Zoun to force that out for now, force the sieges up. The forward gateway will get picked off for now, but we're going to still have a good amount of production coming in as Zoun to be able to defend against this. The unfortunate thing is that he is now stuck in his base. He's going to need to move his Stalkers up into the main base and blink out, which is exactly what he's going to do at this point to get any sort of flank, and it's going to be waiting for charge to finish as well. You need charge to be able to defend against this, but look at this crazy bunker line that we have set up by Bunny.
Do you not want to fill the bunkers up if charge is there? You know what I'm saying? Do you want to use it like a wall? I've seen this before.
I think both are fine. I think it doesn't. I think it's not the biggest thing to worry about. I think you just need to make sure you have the wall set up at all, which is what's going to happen here. The Stalkers coming in on the flank as well, trying to bust through the front. We'll be able to blink forward onto some of these tanks as well, but the army from Bunny continues to be so strong. The tanks cannot get focused down in time. 2 of them still alive. This is looking awful for Zoun.
Yeah, the tanks were just far away enough. You couldn't quite get anything done. Now, Terran has to finish this off. It's not over yet, but it's starting to look pretty dire. There's just not enough of anything, Protoss, to really deal with the infantry that are being healed. And he didn't evacuate the probes in time, so there's just going to be a mass execution in the back of this base.
Firing squad.
Yeah.
That is brutal. Yeah, no, this is looking really hopeless here for Zoun. The idea was very nice with what he was going for, but just the fact that Bunny got that wall set up really set it down, where it's so difficult for Zoun to really punch on through. A forward mule! Look at that, a little bit of Manor Mule action coming out of Bunny as well, saying, get out of this game, you are dead AF, and that is going to be that, it looks like, because there's nothing
GG.
here. GG is called.
Yeah,
Bunny will be tying this up.
I do wonder in that game if the counterattack was the biggest mistake for Protoss. He kind of took an idea that worked in game 1 and it did try to apply it in game 2, but I don't know. I think if you see a timing attack coming like that with Terran on 2 base, especially when they pull the SUs, I don't think you need to do that.
Yeah, that's
backstab.
That's the interesting thing, because killing SCVs when they're already suiciding them is it's like counterintuitive. It's like they're already doing that.
I guess some of those SCVs, it's just enough to get like another tank and another Marine out and another medevac out with a really slowed down economy. But I almost think it's better to just force the Terran to siege up and then just run away, and then force him to siege up, and then hopefully you have like 1 or 2 more rounds out of the gateways.
Yeah, it's interesting because the idea is sound. I think what Zoun was expecting was just that once he recalled to get everything back, I think he expected that first engagement to go better than it did.
Yeah.
Because he lost all of his steam at that point. Because if you recall the Stalkers, like I said, that means you are forced now into your second base. You have to blink around to get any sort of flank going, and you need a flank to be able to dislodge of an attack like that kind of a siege position. And so I think he was really banking on that actual first engagement after the recall to hinder the army so much that it wouldn't really have mattered too much if the wall gets up or if his charge is a couple seconds later. So I think it's just a slight miscalculation from Zoun and just a very decisive punish by Bunny.
Excuse me. Yeah, great game. Well, Bunny's idea worked. Is it going to be too predictable if he does something like that again?
Perhaps. I think it's just also a situation where it's like, if it worked, to do it again. Don't fix what's not broken. Kind of an idea.
Yeah, just try to squeeze it out just one more time here. Okay, guys, we're going to go on to our final map. We're going to find out who is eliminated and who goes on to the next match here in Group A of the RSL. Bunny in the top left and Zoun in the bottom right.
Yeah, we got our second new map of the series, Cenotaph. This was an absolute banger of a map yesterday, like I was mentioning before, Trigger versus Beyond. Please go watch that match, because it was actually quite it might have been the game of the year for me. Like, it was just absolutely ridiculous. One of the most unique PvTs you probably will ever see. So I would very much recommend that. But now we are going to be having it yet again in this Bunny versus Zoun series. So let's see if it can live up to that type of hype. I'm not expecting it to, but hopefully it at least still has some very interesting stuff. Because I think this map is actually quite cool. There's a lot of interesting things about it. There's a lot of like crazy rock formations all over the place that you can like kill rocks in kind of weird positions that you normally wouldn't, that kind of make little like half walls and stuff like that around the third bases and stuff like that to kind of use to choke things up. It's kind of interesting. There's lots of interesting things on this map.
I'm glad we have a map like this. This is truly, this is why I feel like RTS games are so much better than a lot of the other games that are out there, is that we can keep creating new environments that then shift the whole way that we look at the game.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, this map is a very welcome addition. We have a scout coming in here right away to see what the Terran's up to. Nothing too crazy here, just building up as normal.
It's going to be a Marine first, though, interestingly enough, from Bunny. So no Reaper opener is what's normally standard. So that fast Marine could mean a couple things. Could be just for saving gas for a much faster tech transition. It could even be a 3-Rax, but I would be very surprised in that. 3-Raxes have been kind of out of favor for quite a while now. Generally kind of figured out from the Protoss side. Could still be just kind of a nice pocket build, but no, it's going to be the factory coming on in nice and quickly. So that will be a good alteration here from Bunny to just try to get as much tech out as possible. Going to be the Adept first instead of the Sentry coming out from Zoun.
Yeah.
So a bit of a switch up there,
yeah,
too.
both of them playing a little bit off-brand, what normal openings would be. And yeah, I mean, we're going to wait, and I think pretty quickly, we're probably going to be looking at this game mostly from Bunny's perspective, because we need to see, is he going to do something that's going to try to end the game, like he did effectively in the last game. And I kind of agree with you. Like, I can't imagine he's going to go back into mech.
No
right?
way. Like
yeah, or just like try to like get up to 4 or 5 bases. I think that, and there's more than one way to do an all-in. There's tons of different variations of different all-ins. So maybe he wants to try something a little bit different, something a little bit sooner, maybe.
Yeah, I just that's also kind of on brand, I think, for Bunny. He's never been that player that I look at and think, this is the 4 or 5 late game mass macro play or whatever. That's a crazy snipe on that. That's actually ridiculous. You don't see this so often either. That's like so rare you get that nowadays.
The building's 99% complete and he kills the worker and there's nothing to come down and help it.
That's so brutal. But yeah, no, I think it's very on brand for Bunny to go for these very early timing attacks. That's generally how he's built his career overall, especially in TVZ. I remember just so many 8-Rax builds of him just going down with huge Marine tank all-ins and stuff like that. So not too surprised if he goes for something again like that here.
So, let's remember that, if this game is going to be one of these games where we might have, nice scout in there with the Adepts. If this is going to be a game that's going to be won with Bunny on a sharp timing attack, even little stuff like killing that SCV that was making the command center does slow everything else down that comes from that. And he has, for 2 times in a row now, actually scouted this because that barracks was made so far away, never had the walling up. So right now, Zoun knows what kind of game he's getting into here. And Zoun, he hasn't rushed into a 3rd base. He's getting 2 more gateways. Blink and a Robo is coming here. And Stim has started. So if we're going to have any kind of a timing attack, it's probably going to happen when Stim is done. There's a Warp Prism being made as well. I don't think this necessarily means the Protoss wants to do any kind of attack, though. I think he might just want to try to use this to harass and basically pressure the Terran into not leaving his base.
Yeah, the Cyclone Marine drop is going to come in here, which is pretty similar, I think, compared to last game as well. It will be a bit of a simple defense, though, with how many Stalkers we have here from Zoun. But Zoun, I think, is mixing it up a little bit because he's going for just a 3-gas opener with this Prism and couple gateways. So I think this is a response and an alteration compared to the last game. He is, I think, going to be a little bit more aggressive. It's not totally all in. I don't think he's got a 4th gateway behind this. If he can snipe this, that would be so good. Getting the Cyclone alone is already great. We'll be able to get that. The Medevac gets away alive, but a great opener here from Zoun. And he will try to continue this, I believe, even trying to get it just before it gets into the high ground, not able to do so. But it is actually a 4-gate blink opener. It is a 4th gateway that came on the back end, so this is going to be very aggressive.
Yeah, and so he can, he's got to be careful. These tanks are, I think, further out than he was expecting, and he decides to just dive on it. He's going to get both the tanks down, and the SCVs are pulled. The Stalkers are very, very bruised right now. But, Stalkers, if you don't have Stim ready to go, you can basically kite Marines, barely. But Stim, I mean, he doesn't know exactly what it's going to finish, but he knows it's going to be any second now.
Yeah, we're going to have to make sure we can get those Warpins coming in to get a nice new set of Stalkers that are not super weakened, as Stim is about to finish here, but you still don't have Combat Shield, and we still have only 2 Medevacs that are also very low on HP. He's going to repair those up, because those getting killed off would be basically the end of him. So he has to be still very conservative with his stims, because if he's not, then he's going to basically be just dead in the water at this point.
He's making 4 more gateways.
I know,
on 2
that's
bases.
crazy.
That's insane.
Well, he's identified that it's again going to be another SCV, and so he's just going to get full-on production. He's going to go for the same move again, just blinking into the main base. Will it work this time?
Well, the Terran is falling apart back at home, but there is this huge battering ram of an army headed south that is going to try to topple the position back at home. Now, I think that it might be worthwhile to just run up your ramp, because the Stalkers are doing enough damage. I think you run up your ramp and you warp in as much as you can, and then you recall these Stalkers back home.
Yeah, the hard part about it is, though, is that, like, getting it down the ramp at that point is really difficult. Oh my gosh, he's going to blink forward onto that tank. Does get it in 2 shots before the repair does come in, but he loses a lot of them on the back end to the stim. Tons of SCVs have already died, but now it's time for the probes to meet the same fate, as they were all getting killed off as they come back up into the main base. So now Zoun is forced to go into that main force field to the ramp to keep those units away, as the Stalkers are still in the main base. Drops over the force field to try and get all the Marines up into the front. Will be able to do pretty good, but those batteries healing up allows all of the Stalkers to now be recalled, and this looks like the end as a Manor Mule coming down as Bunny realizes he's done. Zoun with a 2-1 victory.
That was a great game. 8 gates.
Yeah.
8 gates on
that
2
response.
bases. Yeah.
That
was pretty sick.
Yeah, that's a nice identification. Just be like, no, I can't take a third. There's no way. I just need so much production right now.
This game is not about we've gotten up to this moment. We're going to spend all of our money on the ability to make more Stalkers. Great game. I love that. Okay, so he's out.
Yes. Bit unfortunate for him coming out last in the group, but this was definitely a very stacked group overall. I think all these players super strong right now. Bunny, like I was saying a little bit before, he's not playing in like every single event nowadays. I think he's just in general maybe just not as up to date. Not up to date. That's maybe not the wrong term, but he's just not as solid as some of these other players that we've been playing, having played recently. Zoun, very difficult to deal with. But it's going to be another PvP coming up to decide who finalizes this group. Yeah,
we're going to have a PvP. What are we plugging? We're plugging the Patreon.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, consider signing up. I know that there's always a couple of you that go, yeah, I got to put my information in. And I'm too lazy.
I don't want to type my name.
I don't want to do it. You got to download an app. Oh, I got to go to the App Store and get the Patreon app. Oh, it's so hard to do. Well, we're trying to give you that extra little push.
We're trying to boost you up there.
We're trying to push you, okay? We're trying to push you to do that. So if you would, you can get it on your phone. You could open it up on your second monitor, get a little tab open there, so you don't have to stop watching the games.
So true.
And you can sign up. And it can be a lot. It can be a little. Any support is appreciated. That money goes to the prize pool, to the production, to this big live event. We're going to be staffing this big studio in December. We're going to be shopping around and seeing which one I think makes the most sense for us to use. And we're going to be having a studio audience there with the pros there and the casters there. Anyways, we hope we can earn your support. We're going to go to a short break, and then we're going to close out Group A here in the RSL. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We're going to go to a PvP now, and then we are out of the group stages.
And then we're going to do the playoff drawing afterwards
That's right.
as well.
When we finish this, don't turn off the TV.
Do not press that button.
In fact, I want you to turn the volume up. Because we're going to have
Wake
the group
everyone
draw.
up in your house.
That's right. Yeah. Go wake up the wife. Honey. They're doing
the playoff draw.
The playoff draw.
Wake up, babe. They're doing the playoff draw.
Yeah, get the whole family in the room. Wake the kids up. Get them downstairs.
Get your pets in front of the TV.
Yeah, that's right. This one player is going to be knocked out. The other one is going to, move on to the next phase of the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be great. 3 maps, pretty standard coming in here. No new maps, sadly, but it is going to be another PvP. So this one is, of course, going to be a rematch of the opening match the second match that happened in the group. So it was, of course, Creator that was able to win that out the first time. Zoun had to battle his way through the lower bracket half of the group, essentially. So we'll see if he's able to get a bit of an upset, considering Creator won the first one. Generally, I feel like this happens sometimes where, like, in the rematch on the decider match, the player that lost can just kind of rebound and then just make it out of the group and kind of upset that a little bit. But we'll see if Zoun's able to do that.
Yeah, this should be a fun one. I've been enjoying PvP lately. There's always so many crazy things that can happen, so many builds that can work.
Thank you. I would get another PvP enjoyer.
I'm a PvP
unlike
enjoyer.
Sturgeon over there, Mr. I love ZVZ.
Yeah, he's like, there's no larva injected.
But the banelings, when they blow up, it's cool. It looks nice.
I mean, I would be happy with either of these guys moving on. Creator. Yeah, I've been casting this guy forever, and it's been yet to have him win a tournament.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
forever.
Forever, because
so
he's
long.
been here since the beginning.
Yeah, I always am just kind of passively hoping Creator just blows up.
I'm always
just
secretly
wins.
actually rooting for him to win the tournament.
He's fun to watch. He wears his heart on his sleeve. You can always see
he's a
him
very
being,
emotional player, which I respect.
Mm-hmm.
I was, I was an emotional player myself, like when I won or lost tournaments, so I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's get into this, guys. PvP, a fight for that final spot in the next phase of the RSL. It is going to be Creator down in the bottom right and Zoun here in the top left.
Yep, a nice PvP to round this all out. We had an excellent one to start the group earlier, and now we're going to be able to close it with hopefully another good one. Both of the players weren't really doing any proxies or any crazy stuff in that first series, which was different, I would say, because I feel like nowadays a lot of Protosses are going for like the proxy robos and stuff like that. It's been kind of the flavor of the month, I would feel like, but none of these players were going for that this last series. We'll see if they maybe switch that up this time to maybe catch either of them off guard. Zoun, I feel like, might be one of the ones that could, or actually, no, sorry, Creator, I think, would be kind of advised to try to go for something like that, because by the end of the series, Zoun was kind of mind gaming a little bit and cutting a lot of corners, knowing that Creator was doing the same defensive setup every single game. So I feel like if Creator kind of masks that a little bit, shows something that's quite similar, but then still does an aggressive follow-up, that might catch Zoun off guard.
Yeah. Excuse me. So we've got the first scout coming in, and it's going to be 2 gates on both sides. We're going to kind of wait and see where the deviation of the build order happens. Or this could be like the ZVZs I casted with State last season. It's so funny being State. We casted like 3 ZVZs in a row where I swear to God, they did not change the build at all for like 8 minutes.
Oh my God.
We went to the commercial break, we're like, there's nothing to say. They're doing the same thing. Can we just repeat that over and over for like 8 minutes?
Zoom past the first 5 minutes of the game every time, please? Oh my God.
Yeah, so we're going to see when, now PvP, usually that does happen pretty soon here. But let's see what comes out of the gateways on both sides.
Yeah, that's usually the indication of what they're tending to do. Either double stalker, double adept, double whatever, stalker sentry by both players. So very normal. Oh no. Now what do we talk about?
There's a battery on one side. There's a battery.
Oh, he blocked the probe. Nice. It's stuck in the base. That's actually important, to be able to deny that. So
yeah.
Zoun will not have the follow-up presence with that probe, so Creator knows that is off the field. He won't have to worry about any weirdly timed proxies. He's just hiding the unit.
Oh, was he trying to hide that?
Yeah,
You're right.
Because he could be going double stalker at this point.
You know what I actually thought? Anyway. You know what I thought it was? I thought because it was rallied on that, and then it came out of the bottom and bounced off the gateway.
No, yeah, you want to hide the sentry as much as possible because going double stalker opener is still totally viable.
Right.
So you kind of mind game it sometimes by only showing one stalker, even when you do double stalker, to make it look like you're also doing stalker sentry. So tiny little mind games, but doesn't really matter this time.
Tiny little mind games for these big brains.
Oh,
is what I'd like to say. So we've got the Nexus coming down, and we're kind of waiting to see that definitive tech. So it's going to be the Twilight Council here for Creator. Could be for Blink. And it's going to be the same thing, actually, right now for Zoun.
Yeah, they're going to just mirror it, basically. Neither player getting it significantly faster than the other, which was what the theme was in the other series. Zoun was constantly getting his Twilight much faster, but then not really doing anything with it, which was what kind of surprised me. I felt like if you were constantly getting such a faster blink timing, which was like a solid like 15 seconds earlier sometimes, I feel like you might want to try to leverage that in some way, but he didn't really try to go for anything crazy. This time it's just going to be totally normal. Same timings, so no window whatsoever going to be made here unless one goes for something crazy like a proxied 5th gateway or something to do something really strange off of 2 bases, but yeah.
So we're going to have the Hallucinated Phoenix come in here to scout. And, yeah, I mean, we're basically both in the same tech for now. Just continuing to build up. We've got the Blinks being chrono boosted out. It doesn't seem like one is ahead of the other here, so they're going to have it at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And this might actually just be a kind of slow, quiet, macro PvP.
Mm-hmm. Which has happened. That does sometimes happen, of course. Sometimes 2 Protoss players are just making this weird mutual agreement where they're just like, yeah, no, we're not going to cheese each other in the cheesiest matchup of all time. Yeah. We're just going to sit here, do pretty much the same thing, and just try to find some sort of leverage in the mid-game, which did also happen in the previous series as well. So this is kind of, laying out pretty similarly to before. Well, this is where Zoun, though, was the more aggressive of the 2 in the mid-game, trying to go for some big early-game busts once the 3rd base was set up, whereas Creator was kind of just sitting back and just waiting and engulfing the Zoun's army and just having really solid defenses. He had a couple really clutch defenses on this map specifically as well, so we'll see if he can bring that back out here in this game, because it looks like for now Zoun, although I guess they're still going so similar this time. Maybe Zoun is going to try to maybe play it more passive, knowing how he didn't really find much success with it last time.
So Blink's done, but nobody's really moving out or trying to make any moves on the map, which might be a good idea for now. You know, sometimes you can try to come out on the map, and then they end up blinking into your base, right? You get punished and everything. So we have Zealot Charge coming along here, and the Robos are about to finish on both sides. We have a 4. Oh, sorry, they actually both have forges here.
Yeah. No, this is totally mirrored.
Yeah.
And this is what I was saying, because Zoun wasn't going for these fast forges in the previous series as much. He did, I think, one of the games go for still a faster forge, but this time realizing that, yeah, my early mid-game aggression wasn't really finding as much success as I wanted against Creator. He was pretty good on the defense, so maybe I'll just also try to go for something more defensive and try to make it happen a little bit later in the game.
Okay, Immortal's coming out now, and we're about to basically top off all the tech here. You know, we see the Templar Archives starting, and then it's probably going to be like a lot of Charge Lot Archon.
Yeah.
The Stalker's going to have this important role early because they're better defenders.
Yeah, the mobility is also huge.
Yeah.
If you just get caught out on the wrong position, you can just really punish that with your blink. If you just want to be aggressive and the other player just maybe cut something that you notice really quickly, it's very easy to snap on that with a large count of blink stalkers. So it's generally just an overall good, versatile opener play. Going for charge first is usually indicative of an all-in, and that's not really something that happens very often in the pro scenes. But again, totally mirrored. 4th base is coming on up. The +1s will be finishing up at the exact same times, basically, as both players are just trying to get a solid setup on their side before they really start lurking around the map. As Zoun, well, I was going to say he's going to start to move out, but just going to come right back home as well. So, yeah, these guys don't want to do fucking anything this game takes. Oh my god.
I was just joking about, like, wouldn't it be funny if they did the same thing, we had nothing to talk about, and then the gamer gods laughed and said, make it happen. And I'm like, there's a forge being made over here, and another one over here.
It's another pylon.
Aren't you glad
so
I'm here to explain
blocks.
this game to you guys? So, yeah, with a 4th base on both sides, we are going to get to a boiling point coming up here. You know, more gateways coming down. They're going to be maxing out.
2 units have died this whole game. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's kind of like we're casting like a Sim City game, or what is it, City Skylines? Is that the one everybody plays now?
We're watching Civilization.
Is City Skylines actually like? Is that the city builder game to play?
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't play city builders, so I wouldn't know. But
yeah, me neither.
Fuck those guys.
Yeah,
we play real
losers.
games. We
There's
fight
no
other
wars
people.
in that. We're gonna make a fire station over here. It's stupid. Yeah.
We're not putting the fires out. We're starting.
Yeah,
them.
that's right. Exactly. So we've got Zoun out on the map, and I thought he was going to kind of come in here and try to attack.
He attacked the
Creator.
rocks slightly.
Yeah. He damaged him, that's for sure. Those rocks don't heal slowly, you know?
They don't heal at all.
Yeah, they don't heal.
Oh my god.
I think in real life rocks heal, though, right? Can they? No.
What?
No. No, we never
What did
use
you
them.
just say?
Guys, I'm going to go. So we've got 5 base versus 5 base. A little bit of an overextension here. And it does feel like it's Zoun kind of putting the pressure over here onto Creator. He does end up destroying the rocks.
Oh, they fell. So sad. Poor rocks.
And I'm kind of curious who's going to be the first one to hit here. We have literally gone all the way from the start of the game to max out with guys basically doing the exact same thing. But I guess now that I look at it, Creator's attack upgrade is going to finish a considerable amount earlier.
Yeah, but
So maybe he should attack in then.
yeah, I think that's definitely a timing window he can find. Zoun, though, did also go for a faster second forge, so if the game prolongs, he will, over time, have the better army with those upgrades coming on in. So that is something that Zoun will be looking toward. He's just really wanting to make this go as late as possible, even going into the faster disruptor tech with the Robo Bay coming on in. He really just wants to make this game go late. The one game that he did win this in the other series was when he went disruptors. He's not gone for them super fast like he did in that game, but he wants to try and get into them safely this time. So he set himself up nicely to be able to keep himself alive so that way he can do that transition safely and before his opponent.
Okay, he's going to come down now. Creator's going to try to meet him. Just poking out the space would be a big win. Just saying slightly ahead here. And I think, yeah, at this point in time, I think Creator has to just abandon that. He can either try to expand up. Oh, hold on a second. Whoa!
What are these guys doing here? Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake, but luckily doesn't lose too many of the units there as Creator. Will be able to back up. Getting the prison would be nice if he sees it, but that's a very ambitious blink if he wanted to go for it with the army still
might be
sitting
like,
there.
You get that, but you lose 10 stalkers. Like it's
Worth.
It's totally worth it.
Yeah, that would be brutal.
Okay, so, you know, for now, Creator's playing just slightly behind. And I think Zoun's going to move in and try to press further. No, he's backing up, actually.
That's what our casting is.
That's my casting. I'm like, they're doing the same thing. I'm like, he's doing this. No, he's not. He's going back.
He's going to the left.
All right.
And to the right.
He lost some stuff, but he's making more. He's making more back at home.
The disruptors are going to be the key in this game, though.
Yeah.
That's what Zoun has made his game for, basically. And since Creator has not even gotten his Robo Bay at all yet, that's going to be actually very critical because, I mean, if your opponent has disruptors and you don't, like, it makes these fights so much more difficult to navigate because you have to be doing all this micro splitting off back and forth. He does get the key identification that these are out. He even kills it. That is wild, but okay, so yeah, we'll just get that disruptor for free. That's very nice. That's actually the only disruptor on the map right now, I think. The other ones are on the just rally forward. And now after all of this time, no way we're getting a base trade of all things. Yeah, Zoun realizing he's so out of position that he needs to just go for it, even though he's going to be on the much later side of it. Creator also now what is happening in this series? What is going on?
Okay, so it was like Creator committed, then he pulled back, then he committed again. Now, Zoun's actually split his army up really nicely. And Creator really hasn't. He's kind of just got this one death ball so the damage isn't being distributed anywhere near as fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think that all that Zoun has to do is head back home, and I think he wins the game.
Yeah, no, this is actually going great for him already. He's going to kill all the exterior bases. Creator is not on either of Zoun's exterior bases himself, so he's going to have plenty of opportunity yet again to reinforce this with cannons. This is, again, also the way that Zoun won in the previous series. The one game he won was from a base trade, and it was from being able to just keep his side bases alive, whereas Creator wasn't able to kill them. And Zoun is going to be able to have so many extra cannons on those extra bases, going to make it so much easier to defend. He's got the upgrade advantage as well. His army will be slightly smaller, so he has to be very careful about how he goes about this, because last time he did have more army, but this time he's going to have a significantly smaller army, but this time with better upgrades.
Yeah, he's completely destroying the main here. The cannons are huge in this moment.
Yeah.
66 probes have been lost here for Crater. So Crater has 8 workers on the map. There's 23 for Zoun. There's a huge attack up at the top center that we need to
look at.
Yeah, it's like this is the most important thing that's going to happen here. The cannons are important, but there's not enough here to actually curb the progress from Creator.
Honestly, that actually killed a lot of Zealots and stuff. Like, if you look at the army supply, all of a sudden Creator's down in army. And before, he actually was up a solid 10 supply or so. So actually killing off all those cannons did destroy a pretty decent amount of the army. That makes this very awkward now for Creator, who at first had a very nice army situation, but now will be forced to sit on this one base with 2 probes, basically, to try and recoup. Is this going to be one of those games where they actually try to re-macro off of a base trade when they have less than the normal starting amount of probes?
Yeah, this is insane, man. So Zoun does have a slightly bigger army, but I don't really think the supplies matter. You know, the punishing part about this is that you kind of have to hope that you have good pairings with the Zealot charge.
Yeah.
Like, that's actually a thing. Like, if I could, like, quote unquote, fix something about StarCraft, I'm like, I don't know about charge the way it is that you don't really, it doesn't actually give you more control, it gives you less, but you have to have it because of the swarmy nature of it.
The critical thing here, too, as well, though, is that Creator actually left production alive. There's so much of it.
Yeah.
There's actually so much, and there's so many pylons as well. Zoun did not need to remake any of his pylons, whereas Creator has.
Creator's been knocked back into the Stone Age.
Yeah.
Like, so I think Zoun should win this as long as he doesn't, like, overextend.
Yeah, look how big his army is now. He was actually able to make multiple different warpins while this base trade was going on. That first engagement was pretty decent on the Zealots, but this Archon ball is just absolutely ridiculous from both players. And you can just see Creator's army supply is dropping rapidly as he's trying to force his way into this tiny choke point. Look at the concave. It always beats the convex, as you know.
You almost had it.
I almost had it.
You're still a green caster for now, Geminus 2. That's going to be a GG. One day you'll get it.
I thought I could
You did stumble a little bit with your concave
I could do the
convex.
tastelessism, but
you can't. But you're getting close.
I need so many more days of experience.
You need so many more GGs have to be said before you're going to get there. Great game. At the end, I mean, the early part, man, that was...
Oh, my God. Took a while to get anything going.
That was a little rough. I'm like, well, they're doing the same thing still, guys.
It is wild that after that much nothingness, the first thing that happens is a base trade.
Yeah. Well, Creator basically didn't distribute his army correctly during the base trade. He had everything at the natural, and then he kind of, it was almost like a log jam trying to get up the ramp into the main, and so he wasn't really able to do, like at Zoun, he had like Zealots over here killing probes there. He split it up perfectly. And even though it looked like they were kind of even in army supply at the end, the fact that almost all the important infrastructure, or at least more than enough of the important infrastructure was remaining, Creator had to try to take a fight and he couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, too, because Creator was the one that initiated the base trade in the first place. Yeah. So it's like he should have had the advantage going in. He should have been the one that was able to spread out his units more efficiently and just kill the bases quicker, because he was a solid 10 seconds up on Zoun in the positioning. But then he had that moment where he moved back for a second because he was like, oh crap, Zoun is actually committed to the base trade. Oh my God, wait, maybe I should go back home. He's like, oh no, I can't do that. And he just keeps going again. So all that indecision, all that hesitation really kind of messed Creator up. And Zoun so far in this these couple series has shown that his decision making in these base trades is far superior.
Yeah. We're going to go into game 2 now, and we're going to see if we can get a third match here, if we're going to be closing it out. Okay, so it's Creator here in the top right, and Zoun here in the bottom left.
On Surgeon's favorite map, Tokamak.
Takabanaka, whatever he calls it.
Loka.
I do think we need
Tomahawk?
to get just simpler map names. I think are better.
Yeah. We should.
Yeah.
Just map 1, map 2.
I think just we're gonna go with. I think the Counter-Strike did it better. Just Dust 2.
Yep. We did this conversation yesterday.
Yeah, but we're doing it again even better.
There's another Mirage is another CS map that we didn't mention yesterday. That's another one.
It's another good.
Sounds very cool.
Yeah. Easy to remember. Because here's the truth. I actually have a hard time remembering a lot of map names because
there are a lot.
They're so out there.
I was about to ask you what you think is the worst named map in StarCraft.
Well, I probably don't remember it.
Yeah. There's a couple of pretty bad ones. But yeah, no, sometimes it's definitely a struggle to figure out how these things are pronounced.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but for me personally, the map names never stuck with me.
I feel like they used
when
to.
I played,
Like King Sejong Station, like, oh, that's such a cool name. Like
Metalopolis, sticks with me as a map name.
Cloud Kingdom, that's such a cool sounding map. Daybreak,
yeah.
Like very solid, classic, cool sounding maps.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we get Talkamac and Maganatha.
Yeah. Or Artos is his TTS, something like that, yeah. So let's go into this game and see if maybe we have the same thing that we had in the last game where it's just going to be kind of a slow cook. They're both doing the same thing. I think a game like that, when you lose as creator, I don't think you go. I have to change a whole bunch of stuff now. I think he just didn't handle the end game correctly.
Yeah, I think he was definitely, I would say favored for a good bit, but then once the disruptors started coming out is when things started to get a little bit weird because he was very late on the disruptor transition, and I think if Zoun was able to actually get some more of those out, if it didn't actually end up being a base trade, I think Zoun would have just kind of taken that in a longer game anyways, so yeah. It's going to be a Sentry Stalker opener for both players again.
With the pylon block here on both sides.
Yep. Trying to scout out those early units to see exactly what's going on. So yeah, for now, it will be very mirrored, but we'll see if any deviation comes in.
Yeah, it's going to be a situation where we got to see what the techs are going to be. Probably going to be a Twilight Council, but you never know. Sometimes there's some surprises here in PvP.
Some prizes too if you end up winning.
Some prizes,
Lots of money to be had.
Yeah, surprises and prizes. And so we've got the Twilight Council starting up. Similar to the last game, we have a shield battery here to block. And so it will be the same tech on both sides, although it looks like Creators is out a little bit earlier.
It is interesting how much the Blink has been coming and favored by these two players. There was a good portion in time recently as well in the PvP matchup where there was a lot of Robo first openings coming out. And initially when the patch came out with the new energy recharge, there was a lot of fast Immortal plays. You can get the super early Sentry Scouts and then just follow it up with Immortals and more Sentries, and then going into even Glaive. So you have these huge Immortal Glaive Sentry all-ins that were coming on out, which were very fun to play, very punishing. But they got kind of figured out overall, and so the Blink play has kind of come back in favor to a lot of the Protoss players. So we don't really see as much of the Robo stuff anymore. But I'm also still surprised that there's just so little proxy antics, because like so many of the other Protoss players are going for so much proxy Robo, whether it be Immortals or proxy Warp Prism, Stalker all-ins and stuff like that. So very curious to see both these players just being very standard, but this time we do have a slight deviation. Creator actually mixing it up and going on the fact that it's been so passive this entire time is going to go across the map with what looks like a standard setup to try and catch Zoun off guard.
Yeah, this is a pretty big kill here, taking those two Adepts down immediately.
Yeah, that kind of kills it, actually.
Yeah, you got to be careful here, too, because...
oh, there we go.
All right, so that's going to be the launching pad for the attack. And this is, this actually could work out, because Zoun's taking a third right now.
Yeah, this is where Creators finally mixed it up, and I do like it. I welcome this. This is what I wanted to see. Like, it was too standard for so long over all of the series, over all of the games they played in their two series today.
I actually feel like Creator has more builds than almost any other pro.
Yeah,
by the way,
he's pretty versatile usually.
The only other one I think the guy who actually has the most builds that I think is actually Special. I see him do so many different things in different games.
I remember that one time he said that he took a build from like a 5K player that beat him on ladder and then beat TY with it in GSL. It's like it's like crazy.
Yeah,
he will just kind of do some different stuff that even potentially lesser players than him.
Did to him. That idea kind of works. Let's try that. So where things are about to pick up here. Oh, he's going to take a third with this. I don't know why I decided that he wouldn't take a third if he's going to have that.
It might just be a fake, is the thing. He's not making any more probes.
You're right.
And he's still trying to hide these Stalkers. Zoun barely noticed that, though. He saw the Stalkers in that awkward position for half a second, and that did key him in. So he's got a couple batteries coming in on the front, which is going to be very critical here to be able to defend against this nice force field to trap that one sentry, but a nice trade. But a blink forward coming from Creator to try and punish yet again before these batteries are finished. If he can snowball the Stalker count before those are ready, he will be able to get into one-shot potential and potentially find his way into a quick victory.
Okay, so he's trying to get in here. I'm worried this isn't going that well for Creator. He's basically almost out of juice with the sentries. And the batteries are doing work. You know, this would be a great concave convex moment. Are you seeing this happen? Go for it, Gemini.
Oh my God, they never win if they're in the convex tasteless, don't you know?
Excuse me. The Immortal's out, and the Immortal is ultimately, you know, the death sentence to a Stalker push.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
The Immortal. It's funny how that worked out because, you know, they made the Immortal thinking about killing tanks and stuff like that when they were designing the game. But I'm like, really, this thing kills Stalkers more than
This thing kills its own kind really
this
well.
This should be called the anti-Stalker is what this is.
We thought that the Brood War Civil War between the Protoss was already done, but how little did they know the Immortal is going to restart all that.
So he's just thrown down. I don't even know how many gateways that was. It was like 6 or something.
I think it was actually. It's like I think it was 5, maybe. Could have been 6. But you don't go for the full 8 off of this early of a timing. You just don't have the amount of income to be able to support that many. But it really just did not. It didn't work. It fizzled out very quickly. I'm very curious how that works out, though, if Zoun didn't get that very lucky hallucination scout on those random Stalkers just sitting there waiting. Because if he didn't, I don't think he makes an extra battery at his third base at that point.
Yeah.
And that diminishes a lot of the healing potential, and that would allow Creator to potentially snowball it. So a bit unfortunate for Creator how that ended up working, but like I said, he wasn't totally all in with this. It was not fully committed. It was just an attempted pressure, and he's going to still be in a pretty okay position coming off of it.
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't like it was a now or never thing. Like, he still has this is very playable. In fact, I don't think Zoun is that much ahead right now.
Yeah, if at all, really.
Yeah, and so we're having Archons finally get morphed in here. Zealot Charge is about to finish here for Creator. I didn't catch. Did we actually get that upgrade here for Zoun?
Yes, he got it quite
early.
early.
He got it? Okay. So he's basically just, you know, slightly ahead in this several senses here. But the push is going to come in here for Zoun. Now, if Zoun could deny a Nexus, that would be massive.
He's also got +1 before Creator in this quite small timing window. If he can find this window right now, when he's also got Archons compared to Creator, that could be huge. The engagement at first is not too bad for Creator, as he's able to blink to the side and force this army away. Before everything's actually set up, the Zealots from Zoun are actually very weak at this point, so he's not really comfortable going in with that engagement. Creator, very nice, puffing up his chest a little bit without the better army, but still with a large army that was able to just push Zoun away.
So, yeah, I mean, he backs up. Obviously, the damage is permanent on anything Protoss. So, you know, those Zealots, sometimes it just does come down to kind of like who has a couple more Zealots left in the fight that are soaking up damage. Zealots function in a kind of a weird way in StarCraft 2 in that they're basically just little damage sponges. You don't really think of them a lot of times as stuff that will kill things unless you're like fighting buildings. A lot of times it's like, well, these need to be in front of everything so that my other units don't die.
They're really good at chasing things down as well. If they're like weakened at the end of a fight, you do a huge Zealot warp in and then you chase it down. Since with Charge, they can just like do like a quick swipe and just kill everything on the back end. But in the initial engages, yeah, they do just soak up a lot of damage and just let everything else go about it. So obviously, Creator's got a ton of Zealots in his army, since that was what was needed to kind of stay alive earlier on to make sure he didn't die to any counterattack. But now that there's so many Archons on the field for Zoun, he's able to get that Archon count up very nicely. The Zealot count from Creator is going to be a bit of a liability, it feels like, in some of these upcoming fights if he's not able to round out his composition in the same way. Does have 3 Archons of his own now, which is very nice. A couple of Zealots actually finding their way into the 4th base there. Very nice. Nice pickoff on that Prism as well. Is going to deny any sort of counterattack if that ends up coming in here. And Zoun's army is just gigantic right now.
Yeah, he's going to come in now. The Archons are doing a lot of work, and he's basically zoned out these Zealots up here at the top. That isolates these Stalkers over here onto the side. And, you know, Creator's size is just thinning out more and more. I think this might be the fatal blow with the Stalkers coming in, killing off the last few Archons. The probes are pulled. I see some of Creator's army coming from behind, but it's not enough.
And that is that. Zoun has made it forward, and we get to say goodbye to Creator.
No! We're going to be doing the group draw in a little bit, guys.
Yep. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see what our playoffs are going to look like, and Zoun will be joining that playoff situation. And it was the reverse kind of sweep situation where Creator won in the first PvP, and then the Deciders match, Zoun is able to best him and throw him away.
Yes. So don't go away. We're going to be closing out this portion of the show with a couple plugs here. We're going to take a little break. When we come back, we're going to have... it's going to be you and Ziggy, right? Doing the group draw?
We're going to scramble
Ziggy,
the balls,
ready,
pick them
Ziggy?
up. You get to come on live. None of that pre-recorded bull crap.
That's right. Ziggy's going to come do this live. He's a little bit of
He's
a
going to be
glory hog. Okay. He's
going to come in here with his super cool British voice and just do the crazy host situation.
Yeah. His sick British accent is so
British
good. I was like, you're kind of like James Bond, aren't you? Like, it's crazy. So here's the results of the groups, guys. We just wrapped up Group A. We had some scheduling conflicts, so we did Group D on day 1. We did Group A on the last day. But honestly, all the games are great.
Yeah, it was very fun.
It's been so much fun to be back casting StarCraft 2 with you guys. And we'll be getting the brackets to you in just a little bit. So RSL is on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We will go through the entire Season 2 this month.
Yep.
So you've got a couple days off. I'm actually going to be up late doing ASL recordings with Artosis, and then I'm going to be back here in the studio. So mark this down on your calendar. If you are free to watch us live, great way to spend the evening with us or morning, wherever you guys are. We are going to do Season 3 in November, and then we're going to have the RSL offline finals. I'm so excited to do this. I mean, I remember the first StarCraft event I ever got to go to in person. It was when I moved to Korea. That was like one of the first things I was going to do, and it's like, whoa, it's just like electric. In the air, you can, everybody knows the game like you do. They're reacting to it. They're experiencing it. It's almost like a religious experience. It's so cool. And so we're super excited to put that on. That's going to have a 15 million won prize pool, unlike our 10 million won Season 1, 2, and 3 prize pool. So we're going to have more information for that as it comes. This is sort of a work in progress. Just like we had to build out the studio, build out the graphics, make the rules, and then cast the games. We'll have more information for that finals in the weeks to come.
Yeah, hopefully as soon as possible, so that we know that you guys want to be able to plan your trips if you want to come out, of course. Yeah. So we will try to get that info as soon as possible for you guys. Yeah.
We're sponsored here by Archon Studio. They're making the StarCraft tabletop miniatures game. I love all their products. I would go on their website and check it out. They've got a lot of great stuff. They're the premier tabletop miniatures game company in the whole world. And so it's so cool that they're going to be making a StarCraft tabletop miniatures game for people like us. It's not available for pre-order yet. I think it's still being worked on, but it will be up later this year. And so we're very, very grateful to have their support here for our tournament. Guys, we need you to go to the Patreon. This is the best way that you can support what we're trying to do here. We want to keep having StarCraft 2 tournaments, and we also want to have a slick, professional broadcast where, the games are set up really fast. The commentary is high quality because both the casters are there together. I can speak from experience. I do casts online, and I do casts with people in person. It's so much better when you do it in person. And anyways, yeah, consider signing up. We've got all sorts of different tiers. If you haven't gotten around to doing it, it would mean the world to us if you did.
Yep, and we also got that merch. We got the
I'm wearing
super
it today.
sick merch. Yes, you can look as cool as Tasteless does.
Here's the thing. I might walk into a restaurant today, and everyone's going to look at me and be like, "There's something about that guy." they're looking at me going, "He's something." Like the women want to be with me, and the men want to be me. Some of the men want to be with me when they see me in this shirt. Okay,
that's just the effect.
Yeah, they go, I don't know what's going on. I feel, they're just looking at me. There's something about this guy. Something about, I don't know if it's the shirt. He seems like he's smart. He seems like he's with it.
He seems like he's good at video games, actually. Yeah, well, and I certainly like those.
Unfortunately, he's only good at talking. He
had
to stop trying to be good at video games a long time ago. So we've got hoodies. We've got mugs, pins. I don't think we have anything else. I know I probably could throw some other merch up there. But right now, that's what you've got.
What about some RSL shoes?
Yeah. It's RSL. Well, we use the site we use. You can put the design on all sorts of stuff. But I was
RSL
as we're putting it together. I'm like, well, I mean, at some point this is excessive, right? I'm like, yeah, we need RSL. Pencil packs.
RSL pens, like all the companies usually give out at meetings or whatever.
So this is actually really important, guys. Everybody stop smiling. This is serious. We need you to get onto YouTube and subscribe to our channel. The bigger our YouTube gets, it's going to dramatically improve the viewership for our show because, the reality is there's so much stuff happening on the internet. There's so many streams. There's a lot of StarCraft tournaments too. Right? So a lot of people still don't know that we're doing this yet. So if you, and they will probably discover us on YouTube. It'll show up in their algorithm. And so we need you to subscribe, like the videos there, please. It's a free, cheap, simple way to support us here. Tell a friend. You know what? Tell 3 friends.
Tell your grandmother.
Yeah. No, don't tell Grandma. She's not going to watch. But tell your friends who do like StarCraft that this is going on. You only have 3 tells, okay? So don't waste one on Grandma, all right?
What, is this like 3 wishes from a genie?
3 wishes from, yes, exactly.
You can only tell 3 people about
well,
our
you can tell
tournament.
more, but we're going at least 3 minimum. Yeah. So, guys, thank you for joining us. We're going to have a few days off. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to do the group drawing.
Yep. Don't close the tab.
Don't close the tab. You're not free yet. Okay, we need at least like 10 more minutes of your time. So we'll be right back with that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. Thank you so much for bearing with us as we got everything prepped and ready to go. We have just wrapped up the round of 16 stage of Season 2, and that means only one thing, Gemini. We have to draw the playoffs bracket.
Yes, we get to fondle the balls yet again.
Well, that's my favorite part of the show. Every season.
I've been waiting. You want to break it down how this works?
You want me to break it down?
Yeah, we're just going to pick one at a time, basically, right?
Yeah, we're just going to go through the bracket top to bottom, fill it out. We've got the first place finishes in your bowl. I'm stuck with the scum that finished.
With the not quite as good players.
Now, I've got all the second place finishes in this bowl, and basically the rules are if you played in the group stage, you can't meet in the first round of the playoffs. So if we do end up with one of those players, we're just going to pop them back into the bowl, and hopefully that doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
Do you want to go through the bracket, the groups once more, just so we get a little reminder of who's moving on to the playoffs?
Yeah, we've got some excellent results coming in. We have got from Group A, Cure and Zoun, which is what we just saw today if you're watching this live. Some nice players coming on in. And then Group B was Rainer and Classic, both advancing, not too unexpected there. And then Group C had a little bit of an interesting stuff happening with Trigger topping his group, getting out 2-0, and Beyond following suit. And then, of course, in Group D was Maru topping with Shin coming in as well in second place. Some nice, some great players coming on into our playoffs. Nothing too unexpected. I'd say maybe Trigger coming in first place is maybe the most upsetting part. That's the wrong way to phrase that. It is totally cool. That's great that he did come. It wasn't upsetting, but it was an upset that he did get there. So, yeah. I don't know. It's cool.
Credit where credit is due. To be honest, I was looking at Group C. I'm taking it from a slightly different angle, and that being, Gumiho not making it through.
Yeah.
As a Terran, it stings a little bit, but yeah, credit where credit is due. Trigger just played an awesome day of StarCraft that day. And of course, we do have Maru, my favorite player of all time, so I'll take that. And those are going to be our 8 players moving on to the round of 8 of Season 2.
Yeah, so we've got all of their names in our balls, in our cups, or bowls, I guess, to be able to draw. I've got the first place players, you got the second place ones, as we just mentioned.
That's correct.
Yeah, shall we get started here, Mr. Ziggy?
Go ahead.
Awesome. All right, let's mix this on up so I don't know who I'm picking here and make it as random as fair as possible. Let's see what we get.
I'm getting better at this every time we do it.
I know, man.
Yeah.
We're getting the reps in now. Everyone thinks that casting is the hard thing. The real hard part is picking players out of cups or bowls. So I keep calling them cups. All right, we got Cure coming in as our first player on the top of the bracket, so that'll be very nice.
Cure just, we just saw him play in Group A. Kind of took it by storm, really.
Yep.
And those mech games. Were you expecting that at all?
No, I mean the fact that both Terran players went for mech and TVP in different series was like totally unexpected.
You don't see that anymore.
No.
This was a thing back in like maybe 2014, 2015. I remember Samsung had 2 players who just notoriously did it. It was Bravo and Reality.
Yep.
It was kind of a throwback. But anyway, there we have Cure. So the only player he cannot meet in the round of 8 in the first round is going to be Zoun, because they were obviously in the same group in the round of 16. So let's see who we get. Let's go with this one. Who do we have? And of course, it is Zoun.
Well, at least we got that out of the way here.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll just put him on back. You cannot play versus that player.
Let me grab a different one and then put him back in the bowl. Let's go with this one. Zoun goes back in the bowl. And who do we have? We've got Shin, so a nice little TVZ to kick us off in the playoffs.
Nice. Yeah, that'll be pretty good. Shin had a rough time versus Maru in the groups, and he's actually had a rough time versus him in his whole career, because I don't think he's won a single series versus him ever. So even losing to his Protoss, actually, I should say, so it's not actually the same matchup. I just remembered. So yeah,
that was quite surprising to see.
He lost to Maru's Protoss of all things. So yeah, we'll see if he's able to bring it up, I guess, versus Cure in the playoffs.
Just goes to show how good Protoss is and how good Maru is.
How good Maru is.
Yeah, let's stick with that one.
Protoss is balanced.
So let's go for the second game of the playoffs. We are going to throw the schedule up and, of course, the bracket at the end of the show so you can get a good idea of what's happening. But right now we're just going through them one by one.
It's going to be Rainer coming up next.
Nice. We've got some foreign representation in the playoffs as well. Only 2 players, right?
Yeah, but that's still pretty decent. I mean, considering the fact that there's so many Koreans just always dominating. It's kind of nice to have a couple at least that are, some of our foreign hopes sticking it in and actually advancing into the playoffs will be nice.
It'd be really cool if one of them actually won and qualified for the offline event.
Yes, that would be cool. I agree. Who's he going to be playing against, Mr. Ziggy?
It's a good question.
Thank you. I thought of it myself.
Who was he in the Classic? He cannot play against Classic. So I've just jinxed it, and I will pull out Classic.
Well, honestly, it makes it, at least as long as it doesn't happen in the last one, then that's totally fine.
It is Zoun.
All right. That is interesting. Huh.
Do you think Zoun actually stands a chance?
I think
I'm
yes.
still thinking back to that PVZ Reina played against Hero in Season 1. He just absolutely
He
boyed
did
it.
dumpster him. That is true. I don't know. Yeah, no, this is an interesting one. I feel like Zoun does have some decent hopes here against Raynor, but I mean, if Raynor just kind of keeps up his form, I think that will be a bit difficult for Zoun overall. But that's an interesting matchup, I think. I don't feel like we see Raynor versus Zoun too often, so I'm curious to see how they end up matching each other.
Can't even actually recall.
Yeah, I don't remember when
any
they
of
saw
those games. But whenever we were like doing an EWC sort of tier list, I think we placed Zoun close to Hero, right?
We placed him under Hero at that point.
Oh,
yeah.
I actually can't remember. But yeah, I'm kind of favoring Raynor going into
yeah,
this
no,
one.
I agree. I would still favor him, but I
Yeah.
don't think it's impossible for Zoun in any means.
Yep. So these are going to be our first 2 games of the playoffs. That's going to be on the Thursday. When we come back next week, let's now pull out the 2 pairs that are going to be playing on Friday.
Yes. Only 2 things in here for me to...
There's
it's
really
kinda-
not many ways to
I know,
really
there's
mix
not really
it up,
many
right?
ways to mix this. I'm just trying to do it to make it look... I have no idea who's in these balls. I don't want you guys calling me a match fixer here. Oh, we got Trigger, the other non-Korean representation, coming on in on the first part of the lower half of the round of 8. So, yeah, I just like that he's here. It's just cool that he was able to actually qualify in such strong caliber, basically. He was
really
just a
looking-
solid 2-0. Very nice.
I'm looking forward to getting more shots of his kitchen. It's a very nice kitchen.
I do like the player cams. Analyzing the pro gamer rooms is honestly one of my most
It's got like
fun
its own
parts.
new meta game.
Yeah. Do they have the basic white, no background, no decorations, or are they, going all out and showing us everything like Classic with his aura, putting all of his trophies right behind his camera and stuff?
We need to fund like an academic study that sort of draws a link between what your room looks like and how well you perform in online cups.
That's actually true.
Yeah.
That could be it. What does Cyril's room look like? No, he's got his trophies in a case behind his room. I remember seeing too.
Yeah,
so
he does.
yeah, maybe aura farming is the way to
We
mean
don't
that you
know
are the
what
best.
Zoun's room looks like.
Well, he lives in the end of space and time, so
Oh, sorry.
right? He's just
Yeah,
a total
fair
complete black abyss in his webcam. So
Anyway, let's pull out an opponent for Trigger. Who was he in the same? Oh, he was with Björn,
yes.
right? That was Group C. Okay, so if I pull out Björn, that's obviously a no-go. Let's see. Of course, jinxed it. So,
But there's
the
only
only
other
other
one, so yeah.
possibility is going to be Classic.
Oh, a PvP. Ooh. This is interesting too, because actually they just played each other a couple times in the Maestros tournament, where Trigger actually won the first part of the group when they did play against each other, but then he lost in the rematch and the Siders match
really?
against Classic. Yeah, he
Really?
he 2-0'd Classic, and then he got 3-0'd by Classic.
Huh.
So that's actually a very interesting match. I'm kind of looking forward to that one for a PvP.
Yeah, I'm sort of expecting Classic to maybe take this season again.
Yeah, I think.
Like, there's
I don't-
hardly any players I can really think of that could sort of stop him.
Yeah, I feel like. I don't know. I feel like the group stage from him. Did he make it out first in his group last season? I can't remember.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I
pretty
feel
sure
like he did. So yeah, so far at least he has played slightly under the level.
Yeah, he
compared
was in
to
the same
last
group
season.
as Showtime, Scarlet, and I think it was Reina. So it was Classic first and Reina second. This time around, it's swap.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. I feel like there's still room for some upsets with him there. There's maybe some time to figure him out a little bit. So yeah, I'm not gonna like just straight up say he's gonna win, but he's obviously a clear favorite for sure.
Yeah, and we got to see how well he fares on the new maps that we've got.
Oh yeah,
that's
true. Because now that we're getting to the playoffs, that means they're going to be showing their faces a little bit more. That is for sure.
For sure. Yeah.
All right.
So let's have the last pair.
Yeah.
It's going to be Bjorn, obviously, as the second seed. And who do we have left?
Maru. Oh my god, that is a storied TVT.
Oh my god.
The amount of times these two have played each other in TVTs in years past, and like just the camaraderie between them. I mean, they're best. They're best
they
friends.
Are best friends.
They literally are just the best of friends, and they're always teasing each other whenever they lose or win against each other. That's a very historied match right there. So
there's going to be
that's
some
pretty
cool interactions in that matchup for sure. Yeah.
Yep. I'm very excited.
Yeah.
Some good matchups. 2 mirrors. Oh no, we did it again. Oh no. Well, we didn't do it.
The good mirrors.
No, I agree, but
right?
also we didn't do it in the group stage. This is what happens. It's either for season 1 where you get a bunch of mirrors in the group stage and no mirrors in the playoffs. But this time you begged so hard. We got no mirrors in the groups, but now you got to suffer it in the playoffs a little bit.
We literally talked about this in the After Dark episode.
Yeah.
We were like, we either get
it's
mirrors
like,
in the group stages or the playoffs.
That's just how it happens.
So, anyway, do we have the bracket ready? Is it ready to go? I think it's ready to go, so let's take a quick look at it. I think it should be this button. You know, whenever I produce, do you know these documentaries where they like sit a chimpanzee in front of a monitor that displays sort of a sequence of numbers, and the chimpanzee sort of has to follow it, and then gets a banana? That's how I feel when I produce. I'm just pressing buttons.
You're pressing buttons, and then your banana instead is tasteless, saying, "Good job, Ziggy. You did really well
I don't
today."
even get a banana at the end of the show. Anyway, guys, this is going to be our playoffs bracket for Season 2 of RSL Revival. Winners' quarters, starting with Cure against Shen, followed up by Reina Zoun. That's going to be on the very first day this coming week, Thursday, September the 11th. And then on Friday, we will return with 2 more series. That's going to be Trigger versus Classic, and then Maru versus Beyond, those 2 mirror matchups as we power through the playoffs bracket. I'm excited, man.
I am very excited as well. Some very interesting matchups, some great players that we have advancing on, and some excellent potential for some cool storylines coming in. Again, that Maru Beyond series is so storied. So much interesting stuff can happen. Trigger coming in. I like that both of the non-Koreans also on opposite sides of the round of 8, so they're going to be potentially meeting quite deep if they manage to both get the kind of dream run going really far in the upper bracket. So no early chances, at least, of them both kind of knocking each other out, and then we just have one left over. So I like this.
Hell yeah.
I like this bracket, Ziggy. Nice job. Hell yeah, Ziggy.
Well, I mean, I like the idea of the bracket. I don't like the colors that I chose because I've just realized we can't see anything.
Yeah, so sorry about that. We should have maybe picked a slightly different color on that. But
I feel like we've got a good theme, except for this bracket.
Except for the text
anything on
the font colors.
Sorry about that. We'll get it fixed on the official bracket that we post on Twitter, but these are going to be our matches. Let's take a quick look at the schedule before we wrap this show up. Of course, we are going to be returning on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday this week with the first round of the playoffs.
Yes. State will be back as well. If you've missed in the last couple days, he will be back for those Thursday, Friday casts as well. I'll be back for the weekend ones, so it'll be very nice to see how this bracket gets set up and how our final matches start to go as we start to close out this second season. It's only the first week so far, but it already feels like we're pretty far into it.
We're powering through it, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No breaks. No breaks.
No breaks on this train.
Anyway, I think that does it for us, man, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we will return. Pardon?
Nothing else to say.
Oh, I was just about to say that we will probably return with an After Dark episode.
Oh, true, yes.
In the very near future. I think we might record one. But I think that does it for the show today. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you on Thursday for the playoffs as they kick off and we sort of slowly get to the end of Season 2.
Yes. Look out for that. I mean, follow us all on Twitter, on YouTube, and all that stuff so you can get to know when all that's coming on. I mean, just follow us here on Twitch as well so you know when these are going live. I'm sure you'll love it. I know we will too. So stay tuned for all that next week. We'll see you then. Enjoy the rest of your day, your night, wherever you are. We'll see you guys later.